What if the very fabric of wisdom was woven from blood, betrayal, and a thunderous birth cry that shook Olympus to its core? Picture this, a goddess, not born from the soft embrace of a mother, but forged from the chaos of a god's darkest fears, Zeus, king of the gods, trembling in the shadow of a prophecy that hung over him like a guillotine blade. What could possibly justify such terror? The answer is lurking, cloaked in shadows and riddled with paradoxes. Athena, the embodiment of wisdom, didn't just spring forth in a burst of divine light. No, her arrival was more explosive than a caffeine-fueled bard at a drunken symposium. The moment she erupted from Zeus's skull, a war cry echoed through the heavens, a siren song of intellect and strategy, a call to arms that would reshape the fate of mortals and immortals alike. But what led to this cataclysmic event? What series of betrayals and divine miscalculations paved the way for this intellectual juggernaut? The threads of fate intertwine in a dance more dangerous than a minotaur in a labyrinth. It begins with Metis, the ocean-eyed titan of cunning, who whispered secrets to the winds and wove plots in the dark corners of Olympus. With her wisdom, she threatened to birth a child more powerful than the gods themselves. Zeus, driven by paranoia sharper than a harpy's talons, made a choice that would haunt him for eternity. He swallowed her whole. But wisdom, like a mischievous cat, always finds its way out of the bag. Now, imagine a battlefield where not swords, but ideas clash with the ferocity of 1,000 warriors. The Greeks knew it, the Romans feared it, and the world has trembled ever since. Athena's birth was more than a miracle. It was a reckoning, a cosmic game of chess where the stakes were nothing less than the survival of civilization. The gods watched from their thrones, amusement mixed with dread, as fate twisted like a serpent eating its own tail. What was the cost of this birth? Blood spilled, alliances shattered, and the very essence of wisdom transformed into a weapon. A divine being whose mind could outwit any adversary, whose strategies would echo through time like a war drum, whose influence would carve civilizations into existence, and yet, a being born of chaos, forever walking the razor's edge between reason and wrath. In the shadows of Olympus, laughter and dread intertwine, a dark comedy playing out with the gods as unwilling actors. As Athena rises, questions spiral like smoke: is wisdom a gift or a curse? Can one truly harness an intellect so fierce it threatens to consume its vessel? Once you enter this world of divine machinations and mortal folly, can you ever return unchanged? Strap in. The tale of Athena's birth is not just a legend, it's a ticking time bomb of insights, riddles, and a truth so profound it could shatter your understanding of wisdom itself. Welcome to the origin of the goddess who embodies the brilliance, the fury, and the complexities of existence. Are you ready to confront the chaos? The sky split open, a thunderous roar echoing through the darkened cosmos. Stars flickered like frightened fireflies, caught in a tempest of creation, the very fabric of existence trembling under the weight of something monumental. In this moment, as the shadows bled into light, a figure stood alone on the precipice of chaos: Prometheus, the reluctant titan, his heart pounding like a drum in the hollow of night. He clutched a burning ember, an act of defiance against the gods themselves, against the suffocating void that once reigned supreme. I remember the stillness before the storm, when nothing was, and everything lay in wait, he whispered, his breath a ghost of warm air against the chill. In his eyes, the universe flickered, a reflection of the raw power that surged through him. But was it power, or was it a curse? That single spark of fire, that spark of hope, was it worth the price he would pay? Beside him, Gaia, the mother of all, trembled with the weight of her own creation. She rose from the depths of the earth, a figure wrought from soil and stone, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. "They call me Mother Earth," she said, her voice a soft rumble, "but what good is a mother if her children turn against her? What of the Olympus that mocks me from above? What of Cronus, who devours his own?" Each word cut like a blade, sharp with pain, thick with regret. And there was chaos, lurking in the corners of her soul, a dark whisper that taunted her with visions of destruction. What have I wrought? Gaia's eye searched the depths of the abyss, the yawning chasm of nothingness from which all had emerged. She knew she was both the architect and the destroyer, the giver of life and the harbinger of doom. As Prometheus stared into the flickering flame, he felt the weight of his own choices. I wanted to give them warmth, knowledge, he thought, but his heart was a battleground, torn between love and rebellion. The mortals, his creations, they worshipped him, yet they were ignorant to the chains that bound them. With every flicker of that burning flame, he felt the chains tighten, his heart a cage of uncertainty. Then came Athena, the goddess of wisdom, her presence a luminous burst against the darkness. "Prometheus," she said, her voice a clarion call, "you must understand the balance. The fire you gift them is not merely warmth, it is ambition, it is power, it is destruction. Knowledge is a double-edged sword." She hovered, a radiant beacon, yet her own heart was heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. "I remember the birth of the heavens," she continued, "when the stars hurled themselves into the void, each a dream that dared to defy its own existence. But dreams can consume, can distort, can lead to ruin." The tension in the air was palpable, a taut string waiting to snap as the three figures stood at a precipice, grappling with the weight of their own desires and fears. Time felt like a cruel trickster, stretching and folding, as the moments coiled around them, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. What is time, Prometheus thought, if not the ticking of a clock that measures our failures and successes? A relentless reminder of our fleeting existence. The cosmos watched with bated breath as they stood on the brink of creation and destruction, the heart of Greek cosmology pounding beneath their feet. "I can feel the pulse of the universe," Gaia murmured, her hands cradling the earth, "but it is not a pulse of life, it is a scream of agony." She felt the tremors of the world, the pain of the forgotten, the lost souls that wandered, the spirits bound to their fate, yearning for a glimpse of freedom. The sky crackled with energy, and as Prometheus raised his flame higher, he saw shadows dancing in the light, a vision of mortals, their faces twisted in desperation, grasping for knowledge that would lead them astray. To give is to bind, he realized, his heart thrumming with the dread of impending choice. And yet, how can I watch them suffer in darkness when I hold the light? Athena's eyes glimmered, a cascade of stars caught in their depths. "Remember, dear Titan, knowledge is never without consequence." Her voice wrapped around them like a shroud, heavy with warning, yet tinged with a flicker of hope. "But in this moment, you can choose. Creation is your burden, but so too is it your gift. What will you make of it?" The air hummed with the electric tension of their decisions, each word laden with the gravity of truth and consequence. The cosmos held its breath, for in this crucible of thought, the essence of reality hung in the balance. In the shadows, Cronus stirred, a spectre of the past, eyes gleaming with hunger and betrayal. "You think you can defy the fates," he sneered, his voice slithering like smoke. "You will pay for your hubris, all of you." A chill swept through the air, a reminder of the darker forces at play, the ever-looming spectre of destruction that danced just beyond their reach. A heartbeat, a breath, an eternal moment where light and dark collided in a cataclysm of creation. They stood together, Prometheus, Gaia, and Athena, caught in the web of their own making, their choices looming larger than the cosmos itself. Each heartbeat echoed the unyielding tension, each breath a reminder of the weight of their existence. And as the world trembled beneath them, the dawn of creation whispered through the darkness, a promise of what was to come, a haunting melody that would linger long after the moment had passed. The shadows danced around them, teasing the edges of their fate, a forever loop of consequence and desire, as they stood at the threshold of eternity, an endless cycle of creation and destruction, forever intertwined. Shadows loomed, stretching their long fingers across the cold stone as the last echoes of thunder rolled over the jagged peaks of Mount Arthries. In that heavy silence, a figure stood, frozen, a storm of emotion swirling in her heart like the tempest above. Rhea, daughter of the earth and sky, felt the pulse of the universe echoing through her veins. It was a dreadful night, a night of reckoning, as the Titans prepared for war against their own children, the Olympian gods, who were rising with a ferocity that threatened to swallow the old world whole. I remember the flicker of her resolve beneath the weight of her fear, a fragile candle struggling against the winds of destiny. She was a mother, fierce and flawed, caught between love and terror, loyalty and betrayal. The air crackled with the tension of her decision, as her children, the gods, were not mere extensions of her will, but living, breathing beings with their own dreams and desires. Would she fight them? Would she stand against the very essence of her being? The thought sent a shudder down her spine, as if the clouds themselves were whispering her doom. Cronus, her husband, his eyes dark with ambition, paced nearby like a caged beast. He was driven, consumed by the prophecy that had haunted him, a curse that foretold his children would rise against him. I remember the way he clenched his fists, the knuckles pale against the night. He was a king, but a king possessed by fear, a fear that twisted his heart into a noose. What was power worth if it meant losing his own blood? Yet he had chosen the path of tyranny, swallowing his children whole to maintain his reign, and now, as the weight of his choices bore down upon him, he felt the crushing guilt clawing at his insides. The flickering torches illuminated the faces around them, each titan, each once mighty force now living in the shadow of their own failures. Hyperion, the watchful sun, whose brilliance had dimmed in despair. Oceanus, the vast, whose waters had begun to churn with chaos. I could hear their whispers, an overwhelming symphony of anguish and regret, a prelude to the storm. The tendrils of time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, and each face told a story of dreams unfulfilled, of love twisted by ambition. And then there was Mnemosyne, the keeper of memories, standing apart from the turmoil. Her eyes held the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, an eternity of lost moments and shattered dreams. "What will we become?" she asked, her voice breaking, a haunting melody that echoed in the silence. Her heart ached for the children they had birthed, the ones they had sacrificed on the altar of power. Are we to be remembered as monsters, or will there be redemption in our story? I remember her gaze, a vortex of sorrow and longing, pulling me deeper into the emotional abyss. As the first strike of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, heralding the gathering storm, Rhea felt her resolve harden like iron. Her body tensed, ready to protect her children even if it cost her everything. She stepped forward, fists clenched at her sides, torn between her loyalty to Cronus and her love for the gods. "We cannot let this cycle continue," she declared, her voice rising above the roar of thunder, a fierce cry against the night. "We must break free from this fate." But her words fell like stones into a churning sea, swallowed by the tumult of suppressed anger and fear. Cronus's eyes blazed with fury, a volcano ready to erupt, and for a moment, I saw the man he once was, buried beneath layers of hatred and dread. "You would betray me," he spat, the very air between them thick with tension. "You would side with the very children who seek to usurp us." The venom in his words struck deep, a dagger to her heart. A heart beat past, then another. Everything hung in the balance, the weight of the world pressing down, suffocating. Rhea's resolve wavered, her love for Cronus tangled with the fierce love for her children. In that moment of fragile clarity, she remembered the way they laughed, the way they played beneath the sun. She could see them in her mind, bright and vibrant, full of potential and hope. "They are not just your children, Cronus," she whispered, her voice trembling like the first breath of dawn. "They are ours. We made them." The storm raged on, battering the mountains, a mirror of the chaos within. But as she stood there, the air heavy with electricity, a sense of something greater began to unfold. What if they chose to rise against the tide? What if they refused to be bound by the chains of the past? I could feel it, the stirring of ancient power, the pulse of the Titan's very essence coursing through her veins, awakening something primal and fierce. "You can't kill hope," she said, her voice rising above the tempest, resonating like a bell tolling for the damned. "We can guide them, not destroy them. We can be the foundation they build upon, not the shadows they outgrow." It was a plea, a desperate cry echoing through the night, a reminder that even the mightiest could stumble. But in that moment, as her courage ignited like a flame, the ground trembled beneath them. A rumble of thunder punctuated her words, a warning that the Titan's reign was on the brink of collapse. They were no longer the rulers of the cosmos, but a fading memory, haunted by their own mistakes. Each Titan felt the shift, a realization that their legacy was not defined by power, but by love, by the very bonds they had forged in fire and blood. Yet the clock was ticking, and shadows danced along the walls of their sanctuary, whispering promises of doom. A confrontation loomed, an inevitable clash that would tear their world apart. I could feel my heart racing, the anticipation hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Would they stand together, or would they fracture under the weight of their choices? And in that flickering moment of hope and despair, all I could hear was the heartbeat of the universe, a rhythm that echoed through the ages, reminding me that the Titans were not merely relics of a bygone era, but a raw and bleeding part of a story still being written. As the first crack of energy shot through the air, illuminating the darkness, I knew they were on the brink of something monumental, a transformation that would change the very fabric of existence. The night grew more alive, charged with an electric intensity, as the Titans faced their reckoning. Each breath was filled with the scent of rain and thunder, a promise that the storm was only just beginning. Thunder rumbled above, a growling beast in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were wrestling with the weight of creation. The earth trembled beneath me, a primal shudder that coursed through the soil like a warning. I stood there, rooted in this fierce moment, heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. It felt like a prelude to something unimaginable, a cosmic birth that would shatter the very fabric of existence. The air was thick with the scent of ash and rain, a pungent reminder that life often springs from destruction. I remember Gaia, beautiful, fierce, her essence a tapestry of verdant life. She stood in the midst of chaos, her wild hair a tangle of leaves and roots, eyes glistening with unshed tears. In her, I saw the weight of the world, the anguish of creation, and the joy of nurturing. But it was always a double-edged sword, the joy shadowed by sorrow. Each bloom that erupted from her hands carried a story, the beauty accompanied by the sting of loss. A heart that yearned to cradle every seed, every life, yet knew the pain of each goodbye. Then there was Uranus, the sky, endless and unforgiving. He was a tempest, his presence both caressing and cruel. I could feel his breath on my skin, it was cold, a reminder of his power and detachment. He watched from above, a voyeur to Gaia's suffering, and something deep in me recoiled at the thought of his indifference. Yet, I knew he was not merely a distant figure, he was woven into the very fabric of her being. Their connection was as intoxicating as it was destructive, a dance of creation that spiraled into chaos. The storm crackled, and with it, memory surged like waves crashing on a forgotten shore. I recalled the whispers of their love, their laughter that echoed through the ages, mingling with the cries of new life. But love, like the tempest above, can shift in an instant. I could feel the tension, a tightrope stretched between them, fraying at the edges. Love birthed fear, and fear birthed conflict. The earth quaked beneath me, the shadows of their battle closing in like a noose. Why won't you listen? Gaia's voice was a soft knife, cutting through the cacophony of the storm. The children need more than just your light. They need the earth to cradle them, to hold them close. And I felt her desperation clawing at my heart, the way a mother fights for her child in the tumult of a raging sea. Yet Uranus remained unyielding, a massive expanse of blue and grey, swirling with the anger of 1,000 storms. They will learn to fly, he boomed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Let them rise, let them break free of your grasp. Tension crackled in the air, an electric pulse that resonated deep within me. I could hear the echoes of their past, the laughter, the shared dreams, the moments of bliss that now hung like ghosts between them. But I also felt the weight of their conflicts, the jagged edges of unspoken words seeping into the atmosphere. Each moment stretched, and the air grew thick with unfulfilled longing, a dangerous recipe for destruction. I remember the shadows dancing beneath the storm, flickering like lost spirits. They whispered the stories of ancient battles, of love forged in fire and water, of betrayals that had marred the purity of their connection. The earth shuddered, a reminder that creation and destruction are but two sides of the same coin. And in that moment, I witnessed the birth of something raw and powerful, a collision of desires that promised to reshape the very essence of their beings. Why can't you see? Gaia cried, her voice tinged with anguish. Every time you turn away, every time you choose the sky over the soil, you fracture us. You fracture everything. And it was true, the fractures were everywhere, lines etched into the earth, scars of love and war, of longing and loss. Each crack held a story, a testament to their union that had become a battlefield, where love was both weapon and shield. I felt my heart clutch and spasm, the intensity washing over me like a wave, drowning me in their chaos. I'm tired, Uranus shouted, his voice shaking the very foundations of the earth. Tired of this burden. I am not just your protector, I am freedom. I want to be unbound. But freedom, in its essence, often comes at a price. And in that moment, I saw it, the chasm that had grown between them, the shadows that whispered of betrayal and heartache. The very universe trembled under the weight of their conflict, the stars blinked in concern, watching, waiting, as if time itself held its breath. I remember standing in that eerie silence, the calm before the storm, the brief pause that felt like eternity. In that moment, everything shifted. The wind howled, furious and alive, and I felt the electricity of their impending confrontation, the clash of earth and sky, love and fear, passion and resentment. The storm broke above me, unleashing its fury. Rain poured down like tears, Gaia's tears, perhaps, for the love that had become a battleground. And I felt it in my bones, the walls they had built crumbled, the barriers shattered. The earth cried out, yearning for reconciliation, for understanding, for unity. But the storm raged on, tearing through the fabric of their world, leaving only echoes of what had been and what could be. In that moment, standing amidst the chaos, I felt the weight of their love, the weight of their despair, and the impossible yearning for connection. The world around me spun with the intensity of their emotions, raw, visceral, heartbreaking. I was both witness and participant, engulfed in their struggle, in their quest for something far greater than themselves. And as the storm roared, I realized this was only the beginning. The birth of earth and sky was not an end but a promise of something yet to unfold, a cycle of loss and rebirth, of love and conflict, of creation that would continue long after the storm had passed. The sky trembled, swollen with a darkness that dripped like thick, ominous ink. Thunder rumbled in the belly of the heavens, an echo of chaos that mirrored the turmoil below. The once vibrant fields lay shadowed, choked by the suffocating grip of fear. I remember standing there, breathless, as the ground quaked beneath my feet. Fear wrapped around my heart like a serpent, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. And then, a roar. It wasn't a sound, it was a force, a wave of pure, unbridled rage that surged forth from the depths of the abyss. Cronus stood there, a titan among mortals, his eyes ablaze with the fury of countless generations. His very presence swallowed the light. The air crackled with tension, the kind that made your skin tingle. He was a paradox, an embodiment of dreams and nightmares entwined. I remember his clenched fists, knuckles white with suppressed wrath, each breath a storm ready to unleash. The weight of time pressed down, the ticking clock a sinister reminder that the past was nipping at his heels, ready to devour him whole. Father Time is a jealous lover, he spat, his words sharp enough to cut. Each syllable echoed in the silence, taunting the shadows that crept around him like lost souls. And therein lay his conflict, wrapped in the shadows of his father, Uranus, who had cast him aside as a failure, a mistake. Yet, the irony was thick, he was rising, a phoenix forged in despair. Next to him, Rhea stood, the mother of his dreams and the architect of his fears. Her heart ached with love, yet it was a love laced with bitterness. I could see it in her eyes, the glimmer of hope wrestling with the cold grip of reality. She had sacrificed so much for him, yet here they were, on the brink of destruction. Her fingers trembled as she reached for him, a silent plea, a desperate tether to sanity amidst the chaos. Cronus, please, her voice was a whisper, but it cracked like thunder in the charged atmosphere. Do not let the darkness consume you. But how could he not? Each moment of hesitation felt like a betrayal to the anguish that had birthed him. The whispers of the earth echoed around them, a chorus of the damned, ghosts of the titans who had walked this path before, their cries a chilling reminder of what was to come. I remember the way the wind howled, carrying their despair through the night, a haunting melody that wrapped around Cronus like a shroud. He turned to her then, the storm raging within his chest threatening to spill over. Do you not see? I am destined for this. The cosmos has ordained it. His voice rose to a crescendo, slicing through the silence like a knife. Each word tasted of iron and fire, bitter and sweet in equal measure. I will not live in the shadow of my father. I will not be a ghost. How could I not feel the rawness of his pain? I felt it in my bones, a visceral echo of dreams deferred, of aspirations crushed beneath the weight of legacy. And yet, does power ever come without cost? The air around him shimmered with the remnants of fate, and I knew the Titans rose not just to claim dominion but because they were hungry for validation, for revenge, for purpose. Then came the moment when the Titans, those ancient and vengeful souls, began to stir from their slumber, awakened by Cronus's fiery resolve. Each Titan was a wound, a scar born from the relentless march of time, yet also a promise of strength, of resilience, of rebellion. As they rose, their shadows stretched like dark tendrils across the land, swallowing the light whole. Together, Cronus breathed, and I could almost see the fire ignite in his chest, the flicker of hope fighting against the darkness. The symphony of battle cries erupted as the Titans rallied, a visceral force that blanketed the land in tremors of violence and defiance. I could almost taste the metallic tang of rebellion on my tongue, feel it coursing through my veins. The ground shook beneath my feet. It was an earthquake of emotion, a cataclysm waiting to happen. But Rhea stood rooted, torn between love and loyalty. Her heart was a battlefield, raging within her ribs as she watched the storm brew. "You will become what you seek to destroy," she cried, her voice a desperate incantation against fate. "Do not let your thirst for power blind you." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of prophecy and despair, a haunting echo of the past. Yet Cronus, with every ounce of defiance fueling his veins, closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of revolt. I remember every sacrifice, every tear, every taunt. I will not be a pawn." His fists clenched until the skin stretched taut, ready to burst forth with the power that had simmered within him for eons. Power! It was a drug, intoxicating and dangerous, and he was ensnared. The Titans surged forward, each step a thunderous vow of allegiance, their faces twisted with rage and sorrow. I could see the turmoil in their souls, a mosaic of dreams shattered by the indifference of time. Each Titan carried the weight of a universe, of history, of destiny, of pain. They were not just ancient giants, they were the embodiment of every struggle, every heartbreak. They were flawed, and oh, how they reflected the scars of humanity itself. Cascading shadows danced across the earth, flickering like phantom candles in the wind. I could feel it, the tension, the anticipation, the simmering rage. The air thickened with the scent of destiny, one that promised blood and glory. It was intoxicating, the kind of exhilaration that made your heart race and your mind spiral into the unknown. I could feel the universe holding its breath, awaiting the clash of titans, fate and freedom, love and responsibility, past and future colliding in a spectacular cosmic ballet. I remember the sound of the battle drums, the heartbeat of the earth itself, each thud a reminder that time did not stand still. The clock counted down, each tick a promise that there would be no turning back. Cronus, fueled by fury and fear, was ready. Rhea, torn yet resolute, stood at the edge of her own despair, the battlefield looming like a dark horizon. And in that moment, as the Titans charged forward, a singular truth settled deep in my heart like an echo. This was not just the rise of Cronus and the Titans, it was the birth of a new era, an unquenchable fire igniting the very fabric of existence. It was chaos, beauty, and ruin all intertwined, a tapestry woven with the threads of heartbreak and hope. And as the storm brewed, I felt it, an electric pulse of anticipation thrumming in the air, a harbinger of the reckoning to come. The night was alive, filled with the ghosts of dreams and the echoes of forgotten promises, waiting to see what darkness awaited them. Time trembled on the brink, and the Titan's reign was only just beginning. The air crackled with a tension so thick it seemed to strangle the light. Shadows stretched across the stone walls of the cold, damp chamber, twisting and curling like the thoughts racing through Rhea's mind. She could hear the distant howls of the wind, a ghostly lament that whispered of doom. The prophecy hung over her like a noose, wrapped tighter and tighter with each passing second. Cronus was coming, and with him, the weight of 1,000 fears. "Not again," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the oppressive silence. She pressed her palm against the cool stone, feeling the pulse of her heart thrumming beneath her skin. Time was running out, and she could not escape the truth that lay ahead. Her breath quickened, caught in the web of her dread. She remembered the faces of her children, luminous with laughter, now shadows in her mind, each one swallowed whole by Cronus' insatiable hunger. She turned to her sister, Demeter, whose eyes were wide with terror. "What if he comes for this one?" Rhea's hand cradled the swell of her belly, a fragile hope tethered to her heart. What if he sees? The tears she fought to hold back shimmered in her gaze, each drop a desperate prayer. Demeter shook her head, her own fear etched into the lines of her face. We cannot let him take another. We must hide her, him, whatever it is. But how do you hide a future from a god who sees all? The thought clawed at Rhea, a beast gnawing on her insides as she recalled the nightmarish tales of Cronus devouring his offspring, one by one, each swallow a scream stifled in the dark. She grasped Demeter's arm, desperation spilling forth. He won't stop. He'll scour Olympus. He'll find us. In that moment, the earth trembled beneath them, a tremor of dread that echoed the turmoil in Rhea's heart. It was as if the very cosmos heaved under the weight of impending despair. She could almost hear the ticking of a clock that marked not time, but destiny. Each tick was a heartbeat, each tack a reminder of the prophecy whispered by the fates, shrouded in shadows and cloaked in mystery. A sudden crash split the air. The door to their sanctuary shuddered, splintering under the force of a will far greater than their own. Rhea's breath hitched in her throat. He's here. Panic clawed at her chest, a vice tightening mercilessly. Just as she turned to flee, the door flew open, revealing Cronus, the embodiment of dread, a titan of chaos, eyes glimmering with the madness of 1,000 storms. Rhea! His voice boomed through the chamber, a dark melody that echoed with power. It chilled her to the bone, a reminder of the tyranny that had choked her spirit for too long. You cannot hide from me. I will have what is mine. Every word dripped with menace, every syllable a threat that echoed in the silence. She faltered, rooted to the spot by the weight of his gaze. There was no escape from the truth in those stormy eyes, he would not be denied. The children she had lost, each one a flicker extinguished too soon, filled her mind, and she could almost hear their laughter, a haunting reminder of what could never be again. Please, she implored, her voice cracking under the weight of her fear. Leave us be. Spare this one. She stepped forward, desperation guiding her, pleading for mercy that she knew would not come. Cronus's lips curved into a cruel smile, a predator savoring the scent of its prey. Mercy? You think I am capable of that? He advanced, and with every step, Rhea felt the ground quake beneath her. I will not suffer the weak. I will not suffer the children that threaten my reign. Demeter stood resolutely beside Rhea, her own fears transformed into a fierce defiance. You will not take her. You are a monster. The words poured from her, raw and unfiltered, shaking the very foundation of their world. The air thickened with a palpable tension, a battle of wills raging within the confines of the chamber. Cronus laughed, a dark sound that echoed with the chill of a grave. You think you can challenge me? I am time. I am destiny. I will consume what is mine, and you will bear witness to my power. Rhea's heart raced, a wild pulse that screamed against the encroaching darkness. She remembered the warmth of her children, their laughter a light she clung to in the suffocating dark. Not this one, she choked out, drawing upon the last vestiges of her strength. I will protect him. I will fight for him. The walls of the chamber seemed to close in, shadows dancing as if alive, whispering secrets of despair and hope intertwined. A flicker of flame ignited within her, a fierce, burning desire to defy the prophecy, to rewrite her fate. I will not let you take my child. In that moment, surrounded by fear and the weight of destiny, Rhea reached deep within herself. It was as if the universe itself conspired with her, the echoes of her lost children urging her on, their laughter now a battle cry. She stood tall, defiance radiating from her being, a mother fierce and unyielding. Then let us see what remains of your power, Cronus snarled, his eyes narrowing, the storm within them brewing into a tempest. The air crackled, a thick tension hanging like fog as they faced each other, the world around them fading, the only sound the thunderous heartbeat of fate itself. Rhea would fight, claw, and scream for her child, a flicker of hope against the darkness. But among the chaos, a voice lingered in her mind, a haunting whisper of what was yet to come. The prophecy was not just a warning, it was a promise. A child born of the struggle, existing between light and shadow, destined to rise against the titan that sought to consume him. And in that moment, Rhea knew the battle had only just begun. The sky burned a searing crimson, a bloody testament to the battle that was to come. I could feel the tremors in my bones, every pulse of the earth echoed with the weight of dread. The air was thick with electricity, crackling like the final breath of a dying star. I stood there, heart pounding, a mere flicker against the cosmic storm brewing above. Cronus, my father, no, tyrant, loomed like a shadow, dark and foreboding, his grip tightening around the very fabric of existence. I remember my mother's whispers, soft yet fierce, a lullaby of rebellion that had set fire to my soul. "You are not the end, Zeus," she had said, her eyes fierce with unyielding love. "You are the beginning." But in this moment, the beginning felt impossibly far away. I was just a boy, an infant wrapped in destiny's cloak, yet it all felt so heavy. The weight of prophecy pressed down on me, and I could feel it suffocating any warmth in my chest. I knew well the tales of Cronus, the devourer, who swallowed his children, my siblings, one by one, terrified of the power that lurked in their very existence. The memory of their screams haunted me, the echoes trapped in my mind like ghosts in a forgotten realm. I was alone, yet surrounded by the phantoms of what could have been. I could hear them even now, their cries a chilling symphony. My heart raced, fear entwined with rage, each heartbeat a drum, marching me toward a confrontation that felt destined. The battlefield loomed ahead, an unforgiving wasteland where dreams went to die and legends were forged in blood. And then there was Rhea, the goddess, my mother, standing at the precipice of despair and hope. Her fingers trembled as she clasped the stone that had once filled the void of my existence, a cruel ruse to save me. I saw the tears in her eyes, raw and relentless, brimming with the kind of sorrow only a mother could know. "You were born to be more than this," she said, her voice breaking as she released the stone, its surface glimmering mockingly in the fading light. "You will reclaim what is rightfully yours." But reclaiming meant confronting Cronus, the titan of time and despair. Memories of his wrath, swift and merciless, flooded my mind. I remembered the night he devoured my brother Hestia, the soft glow of her laughter extinguished in a heartbeat. The horror of that moment transformed into a fire that ignited my spirit. I was not just Zeus, I was hope incarnate, the storm that would shatter the chains binding my family and the world. Thunder rolled above, a deep growl that sent shivers down my spine. The sky split open, and lightning danced like wild spirits, illuminating the darkness that enveloped us. This was it. The end of silence, the beginning of chaos. I turned to my allies, Prometheus, with his cunning eyes, and Athena, fierce and unyielding. In their gaze, I found the reflection of my own fear, a mirror to my uncertainty. Yet, we shared an unspoken bond, a resolve forged in the fires of past betrayals. "Can we really defeat him?" Prometheus asked, his voice barely above a whisper, a tremor of doubt curling around his words. "He has the power of an entire age." Athena's eyes gleamed, sharp and penetrating. "Power means nothing if it's driven by fear. We are the storm he cannot control." Her words slashed through the air, igniting a flicker of hope in my chest. I felt it, a smoldering ember. It was enough. With every ounce of courage, I stepped forward, the ground beneath my feet trembling with the weight of our impending conflict. "We will rise," I declared, my voice a battle cry that shattered the silence. "We will reclaim the skies, we will reclaim our future." In that instant, the world trembled with the promise of change. The winds howled, carrying with them the whispers of the fallen, the shadows of the past mingling with the light of rebellion. I could see them, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, waiting for me, urging me on. Each heartbeat of mine was a step closer to the throne, each breath a vow to shatter Cronus's reign of terror. The battlefield unfolded like a nightmarish tapestry, crimson banners waving in the wind, the cries of the damned mingling with the clash of titans. My heart thundered as I faced Cronus, his eyes glinting with arrogance, a storm of power boiling beneath the surface. "You dare challenge me, boy," he roared, voice like a volcanic eruption. "You are nothing but a child." "Then let me show you the strength of a child," I shouted, summoning the energy that coursed through my veins, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. The ground shook beneath us, a prelude to the chaos that would ensue. my spirit ignited with fervor, and I felt the power of the god surging through me. And then it began, the clash of titans, the ancient war of the divine. I charged at Cronus, fury and desperation painting the air thick with tension. Every strike was a testament to my sorrow, each blow a reminder of the lives lost. The rhythm of our battle echoed through eternity, a cacophony of thunderous roars and piercing shouts. It was a symphony of desperation, a dance of chaos as the world teetered on the brink of oblivion. Yet, with every moment, I remembered. I remembered my mother's love, the warmth of lost laughter, the flickering flame of hope amidst the darkness. I remembered that I was not alone. In the heart of the storm, I saw Athena charging beside me, her eyes blazing with determination. I felt Prometheus at my back, his cunning mind weaving strategies, the fire of revolution coursing through his very being. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every soul swallowed by fear, for every dream extinguished in the night. We were a tempest rising, a force of nature poised to reclaim the skies. The echoes of our hearts surged together, forming a symphony that would reverberate through the ages. As the battle raged on, each heartbeat drew me closer to the inevitable. The sky wept for the fallen, the cosmos itself holding its breath. This was not just the end of Cronus, it was the dawn of a new era, a moment where despair would crumble beneath the weight of defiance. I was Zeus, and I would not falter. I would rise, and with me, the world would rise. The Titanomachy had begun, and in the shattering of chains, destiny awaited. The air crackles with tension, an electric hum that vibrates through the very bones of the universe. In the dim light of a hidden cave, shadows dance against the walls, flickering like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. I stand, heart pounding, gripped by the raw, overwhelming weight of destiny that presses down like a stone. The echoes of forlorn whispers ring in my ears, a chorus of souls long past, warning of betrayal, of loss, and the passion that binds us all together in the tapestry of existence. I remember the day it began. I was lost in the fervor, a child born from the chaos of titans, my own father a prisoner to his fears. Cronus, a name that thrums with menace. I remember the way he loomed over us, a dark cloud blotting out the sun. He would devour his own flesh and blood, driven by dread of being overthrown. Each gulp was a death knell for our family, a reminder that love could twist into something monstrous, something that gnawed at my soul. Zeus! The voice, sharp as a blade, cuts through the cavern's reverb. It's Hera, my sister, though I no longer know where blood ends and longing begins. Her eyes glimmer with a tempest of defiance and fear, she is both my anchor and my storm. We must act. He will come for us next. But action feels like a distant dream, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I admire her courage, her resolve, yet beneath that fierce exterior lies a fragile heart, one that trembles beneath the weight of expectations. I wonder if she sees me as her beacon or a burden, the one who must shield her from our father's insatiable hunger. I remember, I whisper, feeling the weight of every syllable. I remember the cries of our siblings, the silence that followed their disappearance. We are all that's left. The thought suffocates me. A chorus of lost voices, forever echoing in the void, reminds me of every moment I hesitated, every heartbeat that passed while we lingered in shadows. The cave feels smaller now, its walls closing in, and I catch a fleeting glimpse of myself in Hera's eyes, an uncertain god on the brink of a revolution. It is our time, she insists, her voice rising like a battle cry. We are not pawns in his game. The intensity in her gaze ignites a fire within me, a flicker of hope that pushes against the tide of despair. Yet, it is intermingled with the knowledge of what must come next. A confrontation so fierce it could split the sky, unleash storms that would echo through eternity. I swallow hard, tasting my own fear, and nod, my resolve steadying like the first breath after a long-held breath. But doubt lingers like a ghost on the cusp of dawn. What if we fail? What if the shadows consume us, as they did our siblings? I can see them lurking, their faces twisted in silent screams, their eyes pleading for justice, for vengeance. They haunt me every moment, a reminder of what was lost and what remains at stake. Together, I whisper, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. We'll gather the others. Hera's expression shifts, a mask of uncertainty flashing beneath her fierce exterior. What if they don't follow? What if they're afraid? And there it is, the fracture in her armor, a vulnerability that pulls at my heart. I reach out, brushing my fingers against hers, feeling the warmth of her skin against my cold, trembling hands. They will follow. They have no choice. They crave freedom as much as we do. A flicker of hope ignites, shimmering in the darkness as we share a breath, a connection forged in fear and fierce loyalty. But as we turn to summon our siblings, the air thickens, laden with a promise of chaos. The shadows shift, whispering secrets of betrayal that curl around my heart, suffocating the fire we've kindled. And then he appears, Cronus, a towering figure cloaked in darkness, eyes like molten steel, burning with wrath and the promise of revenge. His presence is a storm, fierce and unrelenting. Fools, he growls, his voice like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath us. You think you can defy me? He lunges forward, rage and sorrow colliding in a blinding flash of light. I see it then, the moment stretching into infinity, the battle of wills, the clash of blood and bone, the fate of the cosmos hanging in the balance. I feel Hera's hand slip from mine, her scream piercing the air, a lament for the lives we could have lived. Fight! I roar, the word bursting from my lips like a desperate prayer. And as the chaos unfolds, time warps. I feel the weight of every moment, every choice, crashing down around us. Memories flood in, visions of laughter shared, of dreams woven in starlight, of the unbreakable bond of family. Each pulse of my heart echoes with the promise of vengeance, of reclamation, of loss. But loss is a whisper, a reminder that we are all haunted by the ghosts of our choices, and as I stand shoulder to shoulder with Hera, facing our father, this titan of dread, I realize that we are not alone. We are the birth of a new dawn, rising from the ashes of despair, ready to carve our names into the annals of time. And then, as the first blow strikes, I understand the truth of our existence. We are not just the children of titans, we are the architects of our own fate, the Olympians born not only of power but of love, hurt, and an unyielding spirit that refuses to succumb. But the battle has only begun, and as the first rays of sunlight pierce the shadows, I know that our story is far from over. The air crackled with tension, thick like fog rolling through a forsaken city at dusk. Shadows danced, flickering in the light of a dying sun, as time itself seemed to hold its breath. I stood there, paralyzed, heart pounding in my chest, caught in a moment that stretched infinitely, an echo of a choice yet to be made. Around me, whispers stitched through the silence, urgent and desperate, but all I could hear was the roar of my own thoughts, colliding like storm-tossed waves. Do you trust her? The question slashed through the haze, twisting the knife deeper into my gut. It was Penelope, her eyes wide with fear, a storm brewing beneath her skin. She was so beautiful in this moment, raw and unguarded, yet so achingly lost, a ghost caught between realities, just like me. I wanted to reach out and tell her everything would be all right, but the words felt like stones lodged in my throat, heavy and unyielding. No, I whispered. The truth felt like ice on my tongue. I don't know if I can. I remember the last time we'd stood together like this, the way we laughed in the fading light, the world stretching endlessly before us, a tapestry woven with dreams and laughter. But that was before Metis had come to us, before the weight of wisdom had turned our lives into a tangled web of choices. We had been so naive, thinking we could dance in the shadows without getting tangled in them. Look at me. Penelope's voice cracked, pulling me back. We can't turn back. We've come too far. Her breath came fast, and I could see the shadows lurking behind her eyes, the remnants of doubts clawing at her resolve. And I remember the first time I saw Metis, an ethereal presence cloaked in mystery, her gaze piercing through the veil of ignorance like a dagger. She was wisdom personified, each word she spoke felt like a prophecy, a glimpse into futures we couldn't yet fathom. You cannot unlearn what you know, she had said, and in that moment, I felt the truth of it, a chilling realization that knowledge could be a curse as much as a gift. The price of wisdom was steep, and we were yet to pay. Do you want to be wise? Metis had asked, and a tremor of fear gripped me then, even as I nodded, thinking of all the injustices we could right, the horrors we could prevent. But wisdom came with a price, it demanded sacrifice, and it creeped into our souls like poison ivy, choking the light out of us. My heart raced, fear gripping me like a vice as I stood there, the echoes of Metis's words reverberating in my skull. Penelope's hand slipped into mine, and I felt the warmth of her skin, the pulse of her heart, a fleeting comfort in the chaos. "We'll face her together," she promised, but even her resolve wavered. It felt like standing on the precipice of a cliff, the abyss staring back at us, daring us to make the leap. In that moment, I understood that Metis was not just a goddess, she was a mirror reflecting our truest selves, our fears, our desires, our darkest thoughts. The wisest of all was she who knew how tangled the heart could become when faced with the truth. I could see it in Penelope's eyes, she had seen shadows too, twisted visions of a future where everything we held dear could slip through our fingers like sand. "Time is a thief," I murmured, and she nodded, knowing well the pain of watching moments fade into oblivion. The clock ticked away, each second a reminder of our impending confrontation. What if she tells us something we can't bear? What if she shows us a path we never wanted? Penelope's voice trembled, and I could feel the weight of our fears coiling around us, a serpent ready to strike. With every heartbeat, I felt the pull of the unknown, a darkness that beckoned us closer. I could almost hear Metis's laughter, a haunting melody that echoed through the narrow streets, promising clarity but lurking with the shadows of uncertainty. "Are you ready?" I asked, though the question felt hollow. The truth was, I wasn't sure if I was ever ready, that perhaps some truths were meant to remain hidden, like ghosts haunting the corners of our minds. The city around us felt alive, pulsating with the weight of our choices. Street lamps flickered, illuminating the path ahead, but every step felt heavy, burdened with the knowledge we carried. I remembered the stories, the ones that spoke of the weight of wisdom, the price of insight. Visions danced at the edges of my consciousness, fragments of memories entwined with dreams, blurring the lines of reality. "Let's go," Penelope said, and I followed, a reluctant soldier marching into battle. The shadows whispered secrets, taunting us, daring us to look back. But we didn't. We couldn't. As we approached the archway where Metis awaited, the air thickened with anticipation. The scent of rain permeated the fog, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp stone. Heart racing, I took a deep breath, grounding myself in this moment. I remember, I ventured, searching for the right words, a tether to hold onto. I remember when I thought wisdom would be a light guiding me, but now it feels like a shroud, closing in. I remember, Penelope echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember when ignorance felt like freedom, a bubble of safety in a cruel world. And there we stood, caught between the past and the unknown. The moment swelled, vibrant and alive, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision. In that space, the weight of our truths lay heavy, the heart-stopping tension brimming with possibility, with fear, with the raw, unfiltered emotion of two souls facing the embodiment of wisdom itself. The shadows danced, and the clock kept ticking, each tick a promise, a threat, a whisper of what was to come. The world around us faded, and all that existed was that fragile moment, hanging precariously in the air, a harbinger of the choice we were about to confront. And as we crossed the threshold, I felt it, a shiver of recognition, the undeniable truth that wisdom, when faced, is never simple, never easy, and always, always shrouded in darkness. The sky was split open, a gash of blackness that swallowed the last breaths of daylight. Thunder growled in the distance, a beast waking from slumber, and as I stood on that precipice, my heart pounding against my ribs, I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, a harbinger of chaos yet to come. I remember the moment he looked at me, Zeus, the god of thunder and lightning, eyes blazing like molten gold. Time stuttered, fractured, as our fates spiraled together, a dance of shadows and light. He was both terror and tenderness, a paradox wrapped in muscle and might. "You know what's coming, don't you?" His voice was a low rumble, deep and resonant, echoing through the stormy expanse. But I didn't. Not truly. I was tangled in the past, caught between the memory of Metis, wise, ever watchful, and fiercely protective, the ghost who haunted my every thought. I could almost taste the bitterness of her name, like iron on my tongue. Hadn't she warned us? Hadn't she foreseen this reckoning? And then there was her shadow, a figure cloaked in uncertainty, my sister Athena, fierce and brilliant yet marked by a sadness that seemed to stretch across the ages. I could see the conflict in her eyes, the loyalty to our father, to Zeus, warring with the knowledge that the truth could shatter everything. "We must act," she whispered, voice trembling with urgency, "before it's too late." Each word sliced through the air, a declaration that echoed louder than the howling winds. Yet my mind twisted with doubt. Was acting too late for us? Did we dare confront the impending doom, or were we merely pawns in a celestial game scripted by destinies beyond our grasp? The thought wrapped around me, suffocating. "Do you feel it?" I choked, my voice barely a murmur. "The weight of what's coming?" Metis, she warned us of a child born of this union, one who would bring an end to his reign. I glanced at Zeus, who stood resolute beside me, but fear danced in his pupils, a flicker of vulnerability hidden behind a mask of power. The storm raged on, and thunder cracked the sky open, just as the prophecy threatened to shatter our lives. I could see it in the rain, the way it streamed down like the tears of the gods, washing away our hopes. Athena stepped closer, her brow furrowed in determination. "We need to decide. We can't run from this." Her voice was a battle cry, fierce and unyielding. I admired her for that. She was the warrior, the strategist, the light that pierced the darkness, yet even she couldn't escape the shadows that lurked in our hearts. And what about me? I was the child of chaos, forever caught between loyalty and fear. I wanted to defend my father, to stand beside him, but the chilling realization clawed at me that the very blood running in my veins could betray him. What if he's right? I murmured, the words slipping free like a sigh. What if we can't stop this? The wind howled in response, mocking my doubt. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, grounding me against the storm that threatened to tear us apart. I could feel Metis's presence, a whisper on the edge of my consciousness, urging me to remember the way she chose wisdom over power, the sacrifice she made for love, her last heartbeat a promise to protect us. "Do you remember?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. What she said. That knowledge can be a curse as much as a gift. My breath hitched, and my heart raced as the memories swirled around me, a tempest of emotions. I could see her, the gentle glow of her aura, the strength hidden beneath her soft exterior. I remembered her laughter, her warmth, and the way she would tuck me into bed, her voice a balm against the nightmares that crept in the dark. Athena's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the weight of our shared history pressing down on us. "We can't let her sacrifice be in vain," she pleaded. "This child, this prophecy, it's a chance to rewrite the future." But what future? I thought, a bitterness rising in my throat. A future where we would be haunted by the ghosts of our choices? A future where love became a weapon, and the gods wept for the blood spilled in their name? Zeus stepped forward, a titan among mortals, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us. "No child of mine will bring ruin," he declared, but there was a tremor in his voice, an uncertainty that echoed through the heavens. "I will not be consumed by the fate foretold." But his defiance felt like a thin veneer over a growing despair. I could see it in the way his hands gripped the air, the tension coiling tighter with each heartbeat. The storm was building, gathering strength, a monstrous force that mirrored our inner turmoil. "Then what will we do?" I shouted, my voice raw, a plea cloaked in desperation. "Will we fight? Will we sacrifice everything, each other, in the name of power?" As the storm roared like a beast unleashed, I could feel the crescendo of our fates converging. I remember the whispers of the past echoing in my mind, each memory a thread woven into the fabric of our existence. I remember the colors of fear painted across our faces, the shadows creeping in as the prophecy loomed, an ominous specter hanging over us like a guillotine, ready to fall. And as the first flash of lightning illuminated the sky, illuminating the raw terror in our eyes, I understood. This was not just a battle against fate, it was a reckoning, a moment where love and loyalty collided with destiny. The storm raged on, each rumble of thunder a pulse in my veins, and as we stood together, three lost souls intertwined in a tapestry of dread and defiance, I knew this was only the beginning. The fate of Zeus, of Metis, and of all we held dear hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of oblivion. As the rain poured down, I could feel the weight of the day pressing against us, the intensity of our choices wrapping around us like a shroud. And in that eerie silence that followed, before the next crash of thunder, I dared to hope. But hope was a fragile thing, a flickering candle in the storm, and as we faced the horizon, I knew we were about to confront the darkness, together, yet so utterly alone. The air was thick with dread, a palpable tension that hummed like the low whine of a distant storm. I remember the way the shadows stretched across the cold stone walls of the temple, curling like accusing fingers towards the altar. Heartbeats echoed in the silence, a countdown to an event unimaginable, something that would rip the fabric of reality and stitch it anew. I remember how the moon hung low in the sky, swollen and watchful, as if it knew more than it dared to reveal. Inside the temple, the flickering torches cast a dance of light and dark over the figures gathered. There was Metis, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and fierce determination, the goddess of wisdom torn between knowing and not knowing. I could almost see the thoughts swirling in her mind, tangled like a frayed thread, each one a painful reminder of what was at stake. She was both the architect of her destiny and the prisoner of its whim. "This can't happen," she whispered, but her voice trembled as the words slipped from her lips, like grasping for a lifeline in a turbulent sea. And then there was Zeus. Mighty Zeus, thunderer of skies and ruler of Olympus, standing tall and defiant, yet I could see the cracks in his facade, the flickering uncertainty in his stormy gaze. He looked as though he was caught between the weight of a mountain and the fragility of a feather. "It is done," he declared, but the proclamation felt hollow, echoing in the vast emptiness of the chamber. I could see the pulse of regret beating beneath his skin, a remorseful rhythm that played like a dirge for what was about to unfold. I remember the moment it happened. It was like the world held its breath. A sharp intake of air, and then an explosion of light, a blinding flash that seared itself into my memory. A gasp echoed in the stillness, rippling through the crowd like a stone tossed into a pond, sending waves of disbelief crashing against their hearts. It felt surreal, as though time folded in on itself, stretching out the seconds into an eternity. Metis fell to her knees, tears spilling down her cheeks, glistening like silver in the torchlight as she whispered, "What have I done?" Each word was a confession, a plea, a haunting ballad of maternal fear. How could she bear the weight of a child born from chaos? She was supposed to be the embodiment of wisdom, yet here she was, standing on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss. Zeus stepped closer, his eyes a storm of emotions. "This is our fate," he said, but I could hear the tremor in his voice, the dissonance of a man grappling with the unthinkable. His hands trembled as he reached for Metis, but she recoiled, fear knitting her brows together into a tapestry of anguish. "No," she cried. "This is not fate, it's madness." The air crackled with tension, each breath a gasp for clarity in a world gone wrong. They were both flawed, both caught in a deadly embrace of power and vulnerability. Here they stood, titans of divinity, yet somehow so painfully human. I felt the weight of their hearts, the unraveling threads of their souls, as the moment stretched out before them like a vast chasm. And then, with a suddenness that shattered the stillness, it happened. A sound, a wailing cry that pierced the air, sharp and raw, like a siren lamenting the loss of innocence. Metis doubled over, hands pressed to her belly, and the moment enveloped us all. It was as if the universe split open, spilling forth not just a child but a primordial force, a surge of life that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I remember the shadows dance as a figure emerged, slick and glistening beneath the moonlight, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Athena, born of a tumultuous union, a collision of thought and chaos. She surged into existence, an echo of conflict, a tapestry woven from the threads of her parents' struggles. The air thickened, suffocating and electric, as though every living being held its breath in reverence and terror. Metis, crumpling under the weight of her own creation, whispered, "What have we unleashed?" Her voice was a ghost, a memory laced with despair. The goddess of wisdom had borne forth a daughter who embodied not just hope but a relentless battle of dualities, wisdom and war, honor and deceit, joy and sorrow. I remember Zeus, standing there, awestruck and terrified. The child in Metis' arms was both a blessing and a curse. He had sought to assert his dominance over fate, but what he had conjured was a being that would challenge even the mightiest of gods. I could see the flicker of realization, the dawning understanding that Athena was not merely a child, she was a storm-gathering strength, a whirlwind of potential that could either save or shatter the very essence of Olympus. As the echoes of her first cries faded into the night, the temple fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the whispers of doubt and fear. What had they wrought? What future awaited them in the shadows of their creation? The night outside thickened, stars dimming, as if even the cosmos held its breath, waiting for the unfolding of destiny. In that moment, I felt the universe shift, a ripple in the fabric of existence, the clock ticking louder with each passing heartbeat. The confrontation was imminent, the confrontation between pride and humility, between the weight of a god's ambition and the innocence of a child born from chaos. There was no turning back. And as Athena opened her eyes for the first time, the moon cast its pale light over her, illuminating the path ahead, one fraught with uncertainty and longing. I could almost hear the whispers of fate swirling around her, a prophecy written in the stars, teasing the mind with foreboding whispers. The world was about to change irrevocably, and in that charged silence, I understood that the echoes of this moment would resonate through time, weaving the story of a goddess whose very existence would challenge the very gods themselves. The air crackles, thick with the weight of foreboding. It hangs heavy like an iron shroud, pressing against the skin, and in that charged silence, the world teeters on the edge of a knife. The sky is bruised, a swirling canvas of purple and grey, as if the heavens themselves hold their breath, waiting. I stand there, heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing in the empty expanse of my chest. I remember the chill of dread creeping down my spine, the taste of metallic fear sharp on my tongue. "Get back," she screams, her voice splintering the silence like glass shattering against stone. It's my sister, Pallas, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the chaos that churns around us. Shadows twist and dance, and I know she feels it too, the ancient weight of destiny pressing down upon us, the suffocating grip of myth and fate entwining our lives. I remember the tales of Athena, birthed from Zeus, emerging fully armed from his skull, wisdom incarnate, a goddess born of agony and conflict. I feel the echo of her story resonate within me, a deep thrum in my bones, a reminder that every birth carries the burden of pain. But here, now, the birth of wisdom is not a singular event, it is a cataclysm, an unleashing of forces that defy comprehension. Why won't you listen? Pallas' voice shakes, and I can almost see the thoughts racing behind her eyes, each one clawing for clarity. She's terrified, a frayed thread on the edge of unraveling. You have to understand, there's danger. Danger. It's a word wrapped in fire, igniting the fear nestled within my heart. I remember the stories drummed into me as a child, of gods and mortals, of blood and vengeance. My mind spins, and with each frantic thought, I glimpse the shadows lurking in the corners of my memory. I see the figures of our ancestors, their faces etched with conflict, their eyes hollow from the weight of their choices. They're silent now, but I can feel their whispers, urging me to remember. Pallas glances toward the horizon, where the sun is swallowed whole by storm clouds, turning the sky into a battlefield of darkness. I remember the night she sat beside me, recounting the legends, her voice a soft lullaby against the chaos that often surrounded us. Athena's birth was a scream, she had said, a rip through the world that changed everything. And here we are, standing on the precipice of our own scream, the boundaries of our lives blurring like watercolor on a canvas. Listen to me, she pleads again, urgency carving lines into her forehead. It strikes me how fragile she is, how deeply she feels the weight of this moment. I take a step closer, but the ground shifts beneath us, and I feel the tremor in my bones. It's not just fear that binds us, it's love, the kind that holds you tight in its vice grip even as it threatens to crush you. I remember the stories, I whisper, my voice barely breaking through the rising cacophony, but this isn't a fairy tale, is it? The ground rumbles, echoing my doubt, as if the universe itself is listening, shaking its head in somber agreement. Pallas's laughter is bitter, tinged with sorrow. No happily ever afters here, only the hard truth. Wisdom does not come easy. It demands sacrifice. The wind howls around us, an otherworldly serenade, carrying with it the remnants of ancient battles, the cries of forgotten souls yearning for recognition. Shadows flicker at the edges of my vision, taunting me with the specter of what might be. And then, the storm breaks. Rain lashes down, cold and unyielding, swallowing the world in a feral embrace. I can barely see through the sheets of water, but I feel the urgency heighten, a palpable tension crackling in the air like static. Pallas grips my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh, anchoring me to reality as the tempest rages on. "We have to move," she shouts over the roar of the storm, but I stand frozen, caught in the whirlwind of memories. I remember the moment I first understood the weight of wisdom, the moment it felt like a mantle draped over my shoulders, heavy and unforgiving. I was young, standing in a dusty library filled with tomes that smelled of leather and history. Every book held a secret, a truth waiting to spill forth, but wisdom was always shadowed by pain. I had seen it in Pallas's eyes when she lost the battle against our father's expectations, the way she curled into herself, a fragile flower crushed by the weight of the world. "Help me!" The cry pulls me from the depths of my reverie. Pallas is no longer the fierce protector but a desperate sister, eyes wide with fear, as the storm closes in, threatening to engulf her. I leap forward, instinct taking over, but the world around us shatters. A tree, once a sentinel of strength, gives way to the winds, its massive trunk crashing down beside us, a reminder of the fragility of existence. "Pallas!" I scream, my heart lurching as I grasp her wrist, pulling her from the brink of collapse. The connection between us, electric and raw, vibrates through the chaos. We can't let this be the end. But echoes of fate linger, a whisper of inevitability brushing against my soul. I feel the shadows draw closer, the specters of our ancestors pressing against us, their eyes filled with both sorrow and hope. "Wisdom is born of struggle," I murmur, the weight of those words heavy between us. Even Athena had to face the thunder before she emerged. Can we do any less? The storm rages on, but in that moment, I see a flicker of understanding in Pallas's gaze, a glimmer of fierce resolve. The birth of wisdom, the clash of light and darkness, it's all a part of the cycle. And as we stand together, drenched and trembling, I feel the first stirrings of something monumental rising within us, a silent promise forged in the heart of chaos. In the swirling winds, I grasp her hands, a lifeline in the storm. Together, I breathe, a vow echoed against the tempest. We'll bring forth our own wisdom. And as the world threatens to pull us under, we stand resolute against the tide. In the eye of the storm, we are not just witnesses to Athena's birth, we are participants in the sacred cycle of struggle and rebirth, preparing to carve our own legacy from the chaos. The shadows whisper, the winds howl, but we are alive, and the story is far from over. The air crackled with an electric tension, as if the very universe held its breath. Beneath the thick canopy of dark clouds, a storm brewed, relentless and wild, echoing the turmoil within the heart of the city. I remember the moment vividly, a bang, sharp and sudden, like a gunshot in the stillness. It shattered the night, scattering shadows that danced in the flickering light of the torches. My heart raced as I shifted through the dense crowd just outside the temple, the scent of fear and incense wrestling for dominance in my nostrils. They gathered for the festival, the people, thrumming with the kind of hope that only comes when desperation meets belief. Laughter mixed with whispered prayers, a cacophony of emotion. Yet, there was something sinister lurking beneath, a whisper that curled around my mind like smoke. Something was off, something was coming. I could see it in their eyes, bright, innocent eyes filled with dreams, eyes that had no inkling of the storm that was rising. And then, amidst the chaos, she appeared. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, clad in shimmering armor that caught the flickering torchlight. Her presence sliced through the crowd like a blade through flesh. The heartbeat of the city paused in unison, caught between disbelief and reverence. But I felt it too, an undercurrent of fear. This was no ordinary blessing, this was a reckoning. I caught a glimpse of two faces in the crowd, each twisted in their own conflict. There was Lyra, her hands trembling at her sides, her eyes wide with awe, but beneath the surface, I sensed the storm of doubt raging. She was a daughter of the city, raised on stories of gods and heroes, yet as Athena stepped forward, I saw the chasm of uncertainty swallow her hope whole. "What if she doesn't come for us?" she whispered, barely audible over the rising murmur. Then there was Marcus, his jaw clenched tight, a soldier struggling with his fate. He bore scars not just on his skin but etched deep into his soul, remnants of battles fought and lives lost. He thought of glory, of honor, but as he gazed upon the goddess, his thoughts spiraled into a dark abyss of guilt. "I don't deserve her," he muttered, fists balled, shadows twisting around him as if they sought to pull him away from the light. My heart ached for him, for both of them, two souls caught in the perpetual dance of hope and despair. As Athena raised her helm, her eyes glinting like distant stars, I felt the air thicken, charged with a profound energy. It was as if time itself had splintered, a clock somewhere struck midnight, and everything froze. She opened her mouth to speak, but her voice resonated beyond sound, wrapping around us like an embrace, both tender and terrifying. "I am here," she declared, and the weight of her presence pressed against our chests. I remember the moment I felt her gaze, piercing and knowing, as if she was delving into the very marrow of my being. My breath hitched, and an instinctual fear clutched my heart. Was she a savior or a judge? I could feel the unspoken question ripple through the crowd, a collective heartbeat echoing in the silence. And then came the thunder, rumbling ominously as if the earth itself protested her arrival. In that instant, everything shifted. Shadows lengthened, stretching out like grasping fingers, and the wind howled a mournful song. I glanced at Lyra, her face pale, and saw the flicker of resolve ignite within her. "We need to trust her," she said, her voice stronger now, a beacon in the gathering storm. But Marcus shook his head, his eyes darkened with memories that haunted him, memories of choices made in blood, footsteps that had led him to this very moment. "Trust," he spat, venomous, eyes blazing with a fire fueled by bitterness. "What has trust ever brought us? Look around. We're still here, aren't we? In the shadow of the gods, but beneath their scorn." The tension rose, thick and palpable, a knot tightening around our hearts. Athena watched, her expression a perfect blend of patience and resolve. She was both otherworldly and achingly human, a goddess who understood pain, grief, and the heavy burden of expectations. I was struck by the realization she was not here to save us. No, she had come to guide us through our shadows, to face the darkness rather than flee from it. The storm broke, and the first drops of rain fell, heavy and cold. They splattered on the cobblestones like tears from the heavens, mingling with the cries of the crowd. I felt the chill seep through my bones, a reminder of the fragility of life. "We must choose," Athena's voice rang out, slicing through the roar of the storm. "Choose to stand tall or cower in fear." As the deluge poured down, the city transformed into a tableau of chaos. Faces illuminated by lightning revealed the deepest fears we all harbored. It was a moment suspended in time, an emotional crucible where hope clashed violently with despair. I could see it etched on Lyra's face, the flickering candle of hope struggling against the howling wind. Marcus stood at the precipice of his own demons, wrestling with the ghosts of the past, and I felt the weight of their struggles pressing down on me, sharp and unyielding. In that chaos, I saw Athena step forward, unyielding as ever, offering her hand, a gesture both divine and intimate. It was a choice laid bare before us, raw and poignant. I took a breath, heavy with the scent of rain and earth, and felt the echoes of countless souls around me. "We can't be what we're not," I whispered to them all. "But we can be better than this." And then, against the backdrop of thundering skies and trembling hearts, the goddess smiled, a soft, enigmatic curve of her lips that lit up the darkness like a dying star. "Then let the storm reveal who you truly are," she said, her voice a whisper now, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 battles fought and won. In that moment, as the rain washed over us, something shifted, the shadows parted, if only for a heartbeat. A glimmer of understanding, a spark of courage ignited. I felt it ripple through the crowd, a collective breath held and released. We were not alone, we had each other. We stood at the threshold of fear and hope, the storm within and without intertwining in a dance as old as time. And just as quickly as it began, it spiraled, her presence, our choices, the rain, a whirlwind of emotions that would carry us forward into the depths of what was to come. The air crackles with tension, a shiver racing down my spine. It's midnight, the witching hour, when shadows merge and reality warps. I stand in a moonlit grove, the silence heavy, suffocating, yet pregnant with whispers of the unseen. My fingers brush the rough bark of an olive tree, the leaves trembling as if they harbor secrets. There, in the darkness, I hear the flap of wings, an owl, its piercing gaze locked on me, a silent witness to my unfolding nightmare. Nico crouches beside me, his breath quickening, eyes darting as if the shadows themselves conspire against us. He's a man made of flaws, each one a brushstroke in a portrait of desperation. "We shouldn't be here," he murmurs, his voice quivering like the tremulous leaves above us. His fear is palpable, a living thing, gnawing at the back of his mind like a rat in a cage. He's always been the cautious one, the one who thinks in black and white while I revel in the grays, the ambiguity that surrounds us. But tonight, as the owl hoots, a hollow echo in the stillness, I realize how thin the line between courage and madness can be. I remember my mother's stories, her soft voice weaving tales of Athena's wisdom, the owl her sacred companion. "Knowledge is power," she said, "but what good is power when it's anchored in fear?" Nico's fingers dig into the earth, his nails raw and trembling, as if to tether him to something solid. How can I explain that while he sees danger, I see possibility? That every ounce of danger pulses with the electric thrill of adventure? My heart races, a drum in the dark, calling me to leap into the abyss. Then there's Lena, her spirit as fierce as the storm that rages in the distance. She stands a few paces away, her armor glinting softly under the moonlight, an echo of ancient battles fought and lost. She doesn't belong here, yet here she is, caught in the maelstrom of our collective fears. Her eyes, a whirlwind of determination and doubt, dart from Nico to me. "We need to move," she commands, her voice a blade slicing through the thick air. I see the tension in her jaw, the clenching of her fists. It's a fight she battles with herself, the weight of expectation pressing down like an anvil on her chest. But I am rooted, my heart split between the yearning for adventure and the bonds that tie me to them. The owl watches, a sentinel of the night, and I wonder, does it judge? Does it know our secrets, the rifts that widen with every passing moment? The air is thick with unspoken words, a weight hovering between us, waiting to spiral into chaos. The olive tree stands tall, a silent witness to our turmoil. Its branches arch, reaching out as if to pull us into its embrace, a fleeting sanctuary from the storm brewing in our hearts. In its gnarled roots lie stories of resilience, of battles waged in the name of wisdom and war. But tonight, those stories curl and twist into something darker, a reminder that even the mightiest can falter. I feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, a heartbeat that thrums with the promise of what is yet to come. Nico's eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of something slithering in the shadows, a figure cloaked in night, moving with a predatory grace. "We have to go," he urges, his voice a frantic whisper, but fear is not my master, it's merely a reviled companion. I step forward, drawn like a moth to the flame, knowing that the truth lies just beyond the veil of our collective dread. Lena grips her sword tighter, knuckles white as the figure draws closer, the chill of the air wrapping around us like a shroud. "Stand your ground," she commands, though I can see the tremor in her stance. Her bravado is a fragile facade, cracking under the weight of the moment. We face our fears, not run from them. But isn't that what we've always done? Run, flee from the demons that lurk in the periphery of our lives. I can see the shadows stretching, twisting, morphing into grotesque shapes, and I wonder, what if they're not just out there? What if the real monsters lie buried within us, clawing at the walls we've built? With a sudden burst of courage, or perhaps madness, I step closer to Lena, my heart slamming against my ribcage. "What if we fight together?" I ask, a question that lingers in the air, heavy and electrifying. The owl shifts, its head tilting, a silent judge of our fate. Nico's breath catches, and I don't miss the flicker of hope mingled with dread in his eyes. Together, he echoes, as if the word is both a comfort and a curse. I see the hesitation in his stance, yet a flicker of resolve ignites beneath the fear, a spark of defiance that could change everything. "Yes. We'll wield our own armor, our courage, our knowledge." I gesture toward the olive tree, its branches swaying gently, as if beckoning us to embrace what it means to be human, flawed yet powerful. Let us be the warriors we were meant to be, not just against the shadows, but against the darkness within. Lena's gaze locks onto mine, and in that fleeting moment, I see the resolve harden in her eyes, a fire igniting that had been threatening to flicker out. She nods, a solemn recognition of our shared struggle. The figure creeps closer, but now we stand united, the tension thickening into a palpable force. Then, the owl takes flight, a blur against the night sky, and I feel the energy shift, the stakes elevating in a way I never imagined. The shadows around us pulse, and I know, this is not just a confrontation with whatever lurks beyond the olive tree, this is a reckoning. I remember my mother's stories, and I remember the weight of those ancient tales, echoing through time and space. I breathe in the night, the cool air filling my lungs, and let it out slowly. We are not merely players in a narrative, we are the writers, shaping our destinies with the power of choice. And as the darkness draws near, I know this moment is only the beginning. The confrontation with our fears awaits, looming like the figure emerging from the shadows, and I can feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of the cosmos, resonating with our resolve. The air thickens, the silence electrifying, and the night calls to us, a siren song of uncertainty and possibility. We are ready, not just to battle the shadows, but to embrace the light within us. Under a sky bruised by twilight, the air hangs heavy, thick with tension as the streets of Athens pulse with midnight whispers. Lanterns flicker like dying stars, casting shifting shadows that dance against the ancient stones. I stand at the edge of the agora, my heart beating a restless rhythm, echoing the chaos boiling just beneath the surface. A clash of voices rises, voices like swords, anger slicing through the night. Somewhere in the shadows, Athena watches, her cold, piercing gaze affixed on the turmoil below. I remember a time when her statue loomed as a beacon of hope, glimmering gold against a backdrop of despair. But now, the city feels like a fevered dream, a nightmare of betrayal and ambition. The citizens, once united under her watchful eye, are fractured, caught in a web of envy and unrest. My breath catches, and I feel the pulse of history, the weight of gods and men descending upon us. There's Lysander, his hand stained with the soot of frustration, a soldier-turned-politician, spiraling down a path where honor is a ghost. I see him, shivering, as he grapples with the darkness of ambition that claws at him, pulling him further from the man he once vowed to be. Power, he whispers, as if the word itself could conjure the strength he craves. But power is a fickle mistress, seductive yet treacherous, and I feel the struggle in the tightening of his jaw, the flickering doubt in his eyes. What have I become? He asks, his voice breaking, lost in the cacophony of betrayal. Then there's Callista, fiery and fierce, a woman molded by the very fabric of Athenian society, yet shackled by its constraints. Her heart races with a fury that fuels her every step as she weaves through the throng. She challenges the old ways with a spirit that ignites the crowd, but inside, she wrestles with loneliness, a desperate need for belonging, for validation. Am I enough? She murmurs, a question that trembles on the edge of despair. It breaks me, her vulnerability is a haunting melody, the kind that lingers long after the music stops. I remember her gaze, fierce and unyielding, but now it wavers under the weight of expectation. She stands before Athena's statue, the embodiment of wisdom, yet it feels like a taunt. What is wisdom in a world that shuns the very idea of a woman standing tall? Each time she glances at the stone visage, it feels like a betrayal, a reminder that the divine doesn't always intercede for the living. Listen to me. Lysander's voice rises, raw and jagged, cutting through the discord. The crowd quiets, a tense silence wrapping around us like a shroud. We are warriors. We are Athenians. We must not let our fears consume us. But I can see the doubt creeping in, the way their eyes flicker toward the ground instead of meeting his gaze. They are gripped by an invisible force, the weight of their own insecurities, their own failures. Can they hear the echo of Athena's wisdom? Or is it drowned, lost in their own shadows? Callista steps forward, her fingers brushing against the cool stone of Athena's pedestal. She was born from the head of Zeus. Her voice rings out, powerful and fierce, awakening something dormant in the crowd. She is a warrior, a protector. And here we stand, squabbling like children over scraps. Her anger is palpable, a force that ignites the air around us. But beneath the fire, I sense her fear, a fear that the gods may abandon us, that Athena herself might turn her back on a city drowning in its own ambition. The night grows heavy, a palpable fog creeping in, wrapping around us like a curse. I can feel the desperation settling in my bones, a chill that gnaws at the very marrow of my being. Each day we fight for power, but what is power without honor? Lysander's voice quivers, but it carries, resonating through the crowd. What is a city without its soul? His words pierce through the chaos, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair, holding the thread of our humanity in his trembling hands. And then, the moment hangs in the air, a fragile crystal poised at the edge of destruction. The crowd murmurs, uncertainty rippling through them like a wave. I watch as Callista's gaze meets Lysander's, a spark igniting in the silence between them, an understanding woven from shared dreams and shattered realities. But before they can grasp it, the shadows deepen as a figure emerges from the darkness, an emissary of doom cloaked in the guise of a leader. He strides forward, an echo of power, a man who thrives on chaos. You speak of honor, but honor is a dead man's tale. His voice is like thunder, crashing through the fragile truce that might have been. Join me, and we shall seize the city. And just like that, the moment shatters. The crowd is a tempest, torn between the allure of power and the ache of loyalty. Lysander's despair turns to fury, echoing Athena's fierce spirit, but Callista's eyes cloud, shifting from light to shadow, caught in a storm of emotions she cannot articulate. I feel the electric tension in the air, the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet, a reminder that choices made in the heat of such turmoil can echo through eternity. Each heartbeat reverberates like a drum, a countdown to a reckoning we cannot escape. And as I stand here, held captive by the moment, the air thick with longing and fear, I know that Athena's gaze rests upon us, her judgment inevitable. Each soul before me is entwined in a dance of fate, caught between the light of wisdom and the darkness of desire. The city holds its breath, waiting for the spark to ignite the powder keg we have become. I remember the weight of our dreams, the ghosts of our ambitions, and I feel the world teetering on the brink. The confrontation is inevitable, the emotion builds like a tidal wave poised to crash. And just as the first storm of shouts ignites the night, I know this moment will never truly end. It will ripple through the ages, an unending cycle of struggle and revelation, where Athena stands ever watchful, a virgin goddess witnessing the heart of humanity laid bare. The air is thick with the scent of charcoal and sweat, a desperate symphony of creation clawing for survival in the darkness of the art studio. I stand, heart racing, as a storm rages outside, wind howling like a banshee mourning the lost souls of artisans. My hands tremble, paint splattered, a mosaic of chaos, and I can barely breathe amidst the cacophony of my own thoughts. Jules! The easel! A voice, sharp as glass, slices through the tumult. It's Clara, my best friend, my rival, her passion igniting the air around her. She's a tempest, swirling, painting with strokes that seem to beckon the very gods to take notice. She is beautiful and broken, like a fragile vase that has been mended too many times, cracks shimmering, threatening to splinter. I remember the whispers of the city, the ghosts of artists long gone, their spirits woven into the fabric of every canvas, every stroke. You must invoke Athena if you want to create something that endures, they said, their eyes gleaming with a madness I couldn't comprehend. But what did they know of our struggles? What did they know of the pain that clings to creation like a moth to a flame? The clock ticks, each sound a reminder of the deadline looming like a shadow over our heads. We're preparing for the Art of the Ages exhibition, the pinnacle of our existence. Winning could mean everything. Recognition, validation, freedom. But losing? The thought claws at my insides. Clara's work, a haunting depiction of a woman tangled in the roots of a tree, speaks of pain and rebellion. My own canvas, a disjointed reflection of a broken heart and a fragmented past, dwarfs in its presence a ghostly echo. Focus! Clara snaps, her voice snapping me back. I see the dread in her eyes, she knows the stakes as well as I do. If we're going to do this, we can't falter. Not now. She's right, of course. The spectre of failure hovers, an ever-present reminder that art is both a blessing and a curse. My fingers twitch, the brush poised like a sword ready for a duel with my insecurities. I remember the first time I saw her work, a visceral punch to my chest. I thought I'd never create anything worthy. But here we are, two artists in a crucible of desperation, our souls laid bare against the canvas. The storm outside intensifies. Thunder booms like war drums, shaking the very foundation of our sanctuary. It's a storm that feels alive, as if Athena herself is watching, waiting to see which of us will rise and which will fall. With every gust of wind, I feel her presence, the weight of her legacy pressing against my shoulders, a reminder of the glory, the craftsmanship, the art that transcends time. Do you think she'd approve? I ask, voice barely above a whisper. The question hangs in the air. Clara pauses, her brush hovering mid-stroke. Who cares? She's not the one painting it. The fire in her eyes ignites my own. This is ours. You can't let myth dictate your art. But there's something about the legends that gnaws at me, the stories of creators who are born from chaos, who rise from the ashes of their own despair, and I wonder if that's what it means to be truly great. I remember the stories my grandfather told, about men and women who poured their souls into their crafts, who surrendered to the muse, only to be consumed by their own brilliance. Would we be those tragic figures? With a sudden ferocity, Clara slashes her brush across the canvas, crimson pooling like spilled blood. Feel, Jules. Feel it all. You're not just painting, you're exorcising the demons. Her voice penetrates me, igniting an inferno of emotion. I close my eyes and let the memories flood my mind, love lost, friendships shattered, the laughter that turns to ghosts in the night. My heart aches, a palpable weight, a burden too heavy to carry. I dip my brush into the cerulean blue, letting it swirl with the chaos inside me. Each stroke a catharsis, a rebellion against my own doubts. But as the colors merge, shadows creep in, dark and oppressive. What if this wasn't enough? What if I poured my soul into this, only for it to vanish, like smoke in the wind? The shadows whisper doubts, taunting me with echoes of what could be, a future where I am forgotten, my art a mere footnote in history. Jules! Clara's shout breaks through the fog of my despair. Look! I turn to see her standing before her canvas, the glow from a single lamp illuminating her fierce determination. The roots in her painting have come alive, reaching out like fingers, grasping for something beyond the surface, something more than paint and canvas. It's hauntingly beautiful and terrifying. And suddenly, I feel it too. The weight of the world presses against me, but within that pressure lies a strange, liberating joy. I can create beyond myself, beyond the constraints of time and expectation. My hands move, guided by something greater, invoking Athena, not as a patron, but as a fierce companion. In this moment, we are both creators, both warriors battling the storms of our own souls. But then, the storm outside howls louder, a cry for attention, a reminder that the world is watching, waiting for a glimpse of truth. The clock ticks faster, urgency creeping in like a thief in the night. Do you hear that? I ask, my heart quickening. It's just the storm, Clara replies, but even she seems uncertain, glancing nervously at the window. Thunder crashes, splitting the sky, and I feel the air thrum with an electric charge. We are on the precipice of something monumental, creation, destruction, or perhaps both entwined in a dance as old as time. I begin, words spilling forth like a flood. I remember the stories my grandmother told me. About the artists who lost themselves, who bled their hearts onto their canvases, only to find themselves reborn. I look at Clara, eyes wide, each heartbeat echoing with the pulse of inspiration. This is our moment, isn't it? She nods, a silent agreement that binds us like the threads of a tapestry. The storm rages on, and we are lost in our art, the world outside fading into a distant memory. Each stroke of our brushes becomes a spell, a defiance against the chaos that seeks to consume us. Together, we dance in the shadows, two souls entwined in a battle for existence, for recognition, for art that defies time. The spirits of artists past swirl around us, urging us to embrace the madness, the beauty, the terrifying joy of creation. The exhibition awaits, and the world, our world, is a canvas, vast and full of infinite possibilities. And as thunder crashes like the clashing of titans, I realize, the storm is not our enemy, it is the very essence of our creation, a reminder that we, too, are forged in chaos, and maybe, just maybe, Athena is smiling upon us. The sun hung low over Athens, casting shadows that whispered secrets too heavy to carry. I stood in the agora, my heart pounding like a war drum, the air thick with the scent of history, sweat, blood, ambition. The marketplace was alive, but there was an undercurrent of tension, a simmering disquiet that echoed off the ancient stones. People moved past me, faces etched with stories, some hopeful, others haunted. I felt it, an almost electric anticipation, as if the city itself was about to erupt. I caught sight of Elena, her eyes flickering like the dying embers of a once raging fire. She moved through the crowd, searching, lost, a storm brewing behind her delicate facade. Her hands trembled as she clutched a tattered scroll, a promise of wisdom that felt more like a curse. She was torn between loyalty to her family and the fierce urge to stand against the tide of tradition that threatened to drown her. I wanted to reach out, to ease the burden on her shoulders, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by my own fears. What if I was too late? What if the weight of Athena's legacy crushed us both? And then there was Antinous, the boy whose laughter could silence the world. He was the heartbeat of this city, yet today he wore a mask of despair. His dreams of glory had turned to dust, suffocated by the expectations of others. As he paced the crumbling stones, I could see the shadows of his thoughts play across his face, visions of battles fought and lost, of triumphs that slipped through his fingers like sand. His fists clenched, he was a tempest contained, a storm begging to be unleashed. I remembered the stories he told, how he mesmerized us with tales of heroes and gods. Where was that spark now? The weight of history hung heavily on his shoulders, and it crushed him like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Do you feel it? Elena's voice cut through my reverie, raw and fragile. The weight of Athena's gaze? She watches, always watches, waiting for us to act. There was a desperation in her words, and I could see the shadows of doubt flickering in her eyes. What if we fail? I wanted to tell her her fear was misplaced, that the whispers of the past didn't dictate our future. But how could I? My own heart was a battlefield, torn between the relentless pull of destiny and the desire for freedom. I could almost hear Athena's whispers, guiding us through the chaos, but what if those whispers were just echoes of our own insecurities? Look around, Antinous interrupted, his voice like steel. This city is our stage. The Parthenon, those pillars, they're not just stone, they're our dreams, our blood, our everything. And if we don't rise now, if we don't claim our place, he didn't finish, words caught in his throat like a fish on dry land. His dreams of glory felt like they were crumbling beneath the weight of expectation, and I could see that desperation turning his skin pale. I remembered the way the city felt at night, the way the streets glistened under the moonlight, revealing places where hope and despair entwined. I could hear the echo of laughter and the soft cadence of whispered dreams. I had walked those streets, where shadows danced with the ghosts of philosophers, warriors, and the breath of gods long gone. But now, under the weight of the moment, it felt suffocating. Are we meant to be shadows, Antinous? I heard myself ask, my voice trembling. Ghosts in a city that belongs to our ancestors. The fear of insignificance loomed over me, a spectre that threatened to swallow us whole. Elena stepped forward, fire igniting in her eyes. We are not shadows. We are the blood of Athens, the heartbeat of this city. If we kneel to the past, we lose ourselves. Her words struck a chord deep within me, resonating with the raw truth of our existence. Yet, within that truth lay a haunting reality. What if the gods were silent? What if Athena's birthright was not the blessing we believed it to be, but a burden we could never hope to carry? A distant shout broke through the air, a cry of rebellion that sent shivers down my spine. The streets trembled with the fervor of those who yearned for change, for a voice to rise above the din of history. My heart raced, each beat echoing the mounting tension. Fear clawed at the edges of my resolve as I imagined a confrontation, a clash of ideals, of dreams against the oppressive weight of tradition. Are we ready? I whispered, the the question heavy with uncertainty. To stand against the tide? To claim what is ours? Antinous looked at me, the fire in his eyes flickering. It's more than just us, isn't it? It's the city, the legacy. It's Athena herself. His voice was thick with emotion, the weight of centuries pressing down on us as we stood on the brink of something monumental. Then let's be more than just echoes, Elena insisted, gripping the scroll tighter. Let's make our mark. Let's be the voices that rise above the silence. Her passion was infectious, a spark igniting a fire within me. I felt the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a living, breathing entity that demanded we take our place within it. Time slowed, the world fading away as we stood together, united in our fears and hopes. Shadows danced around us, the weight of the past intertwining with the promise of the future. And just as the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over our faces, I felt it, a shift, a turning point. We were no longer just spectators, we were players in this grand narrative, the birthplace of Athena awakening within us. My heart raced as I saw not just the city around us but the infinite possibilities stretching before us, shimmering like the stars above. But that was just the beginning. The confrontation that awaited us was steeped in uncertainty, a storm brewing on the horizon. We would rise or fall, flames of hope or ashes of despair, the weight of our choices echoing through the ages. The night was dark, but we stood together, trembling at the edge of destiny, and perhaps, just perhaps, we could reclaim what was once ours. The air crackles, taut with expectation, as the citizens rush to the Acropolis, hearts racing like the hooves of galloping chariots. The sun hangs low, a fiery eye glaring down, illuminating the dreadful stakes of the contest. I stand among them, a mere spectator caught in the rising tide of tension, my blood pounding in sync with the fervent cries for devotion. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, drenched in grace and cunning, versus Poseidon, the god of the sea, or wild, fierce, a tempest waiting to unleash. It is a clash of titans, and we, mere mortals, hold our breath. I remember the laughter that danced in the wooden markets just this morning, the scent of baked bread unraveling into the streets, the children's playful screams echoing like distant sirens. But that laughter feels distant now, swallowed by the looming shadow of conflict. I remember the whispers, how Athena had saved us once, guiding us through dark days with her brilliance. We were a city graced by her wisdom, yet now, uncertainty gnaws at my heart. Can we truly trust her again? Can Poseidon's rage be quelled? In the crowd, the faces blur into a canvas of anxiety, hope, and fear. My eyes lock onto a young boy, no more than 10, clutching a stone in his small fist, too small to comprehend the magnitude of the god's fury. I feel the weight of his innocence crash against the storm brewing above us. It's not fair, I think. Not fair that we, the tiny lives, are caught in this celestial game. The gods descend like thunderclouds. Athena, with her shimmering armor, radiates a light that pierces the gathering dusk, her very being a beacon of resolve. And there, in stark contrast, looms Poseidon, his hair wild like an angry tempest, eyes swirling with the depths of the ocean, an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The ground trembles beneath us, a warning that reverberates through our bones. The moment of choice hangs suspended, like a pendulum caught in time. I steal a glance at Athena, who stands resolute, yet I catch the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a humanizing crack in her divine facade. The goddess of wisdom is torn, and I realize she doesn't just wrestle with Poseidon, she wrestles with herself. I remember how she once told me, in hushed whispers beneath the olive trees, that wisdom can be a burden. Knowledge is a double-edged sword, she had said, and now, as she prepares for the contest, I sense the weight of her choices pressing down like a heavy crown. And then there's Poseidon. Oh, the stories I've heard of him, his laughter, like the crash of waves, and his anger, like storms that swallow ships whole. But within that tempest lies a vulnerability, a yearning for recognition. I can't help but feel for him, the god who only ever wanted to be loved, to be worshipped. His fury is not just about power, it's about loss, about being overshadowed by a goddess who commands respect while he is dismissed as a mere force of nature. The tension explodes as they prepare for the contest, the air thick with anticipation. Athena speaks first, her voice steady, yet there's an undercurrent of desperation. I offer you the olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity." The crowd gasps, hope igniting in their hearts. An olive tree, a gift of life, nourishment, a promise of harmony. But Poseidon isn't swayed. "And I shall summon the sea," he bellows, waves crashing in the distance, filling the air with the salt of fury. A gift that can change the course of existence. "With the sea, I offer sustenance, trade, adventure." His eyes blaze with passion, and for a moment, I am swept into his vision, a world of endless horizons, of ships sailing into the unknown. Their words collide, a violent clash of ideologies. I feel my heart racing, caught in the crossfire of their convictions. I remember the stories told in the flickering light of dusk, the struggles of our ancestors, their battles fought not just for power, but for survival, for a chance to thrive. But the olive tree begins to shimmer, and I can feel its promise, its roots digging deep into the earth, nourishing the soil. And I think of the sea, wild and untamed, yet capable of providing the very essence of life. It's a choice between stability and chaos, between wisdom and desire. As the contest reaches its zenith, I can see the weariness in Athena's eyes, the weight of her choice pulling her down. Her heart is a battlefield, a constant struggle between the duty to her people and the vulnerability of her ambition. Poseidon, too, bears the scars of his own battles, the anger contorted into a fierce mask, yet his soul aches for acceptance. The ground beneath my feet quakes, and I feel the very pulse of the city, the heartbeat of our hopes and dreams. I remember standing at the edge of the Acropolis once, gazing at the horizon, wondering if we are truly meant to exist in harmony or if we are just marionettes dancing to the whims of the gods. As the final moment approaches, a hush falls over the crowd. We hold our breath, the world narrowing to a singular heartbeat, the heartbeat of anticipation, of dread, of unyielding hope. I feel my chest tighten as the two forces prepare to unleash their gifts, knowing that the outcome will echo through eternity. And just as the tension reaches its peak, the universe holds its breath with us, time suspended, the air thick with unspoken words. Athena's olive branch gleams against Poseidon's raging waves, and I realize that this is not just a contest for Athens. It is a confrontation of belief, of identity, a symphony of raw emotion that spills into the very fabric of our existence. Each moment stretches, and the echoes of their voices intertwine with the whispers of the wind, carrying the weight of our fate. As I stand amidst this chaos, I feel the fragile threads of our lives weaving together, caught in the intricate dance of the gods' contest. The very essence of our being hangs in the balance, and I know, this is only the beginning, the calm before the storm. The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence draping over Athens like a shroud. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, whispering secrets only the night could understand. I stood at the edge of the agora, my heart pounding, the pulse of the city thrumming beneath my feet. The olive tree stood tall, a gnarled sentinel, its twisted branches reaching for the stars, an ancient witness to the chaos unraveling around it. The weight of expectation hung in the air, thick and suffocating. This tree, a gift to the citizens, was now a battleground for the soul of Athens. I could see Eleni, her eyes wide with fear and determination, standing at the foot of that sacred tree. She was everything I was not, fearless in her convictions, fiery in her passion. "We can't let them take it," she shouted, her voice raw with desperation. I felt her frustration coursing through my veins, mingling with my own fear. But inside, I was torn. I remembered the stories, how the tree had given life to our city, how it had witnessed the birth of democracy, the rise and fall of empires. But now, it was at the center of a storm, and all I could do was watch as Eleni prepared to fight. Then there was Lysander, my childhood friend, standing just a breath away from Eleni. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from an inner conflict that gripped him like a vice. I could see the struggle in his eyes, the flicker of doubt. "What if we're wrong?" he murmured, barely audible over the murmurs of the growing crowd. "What if this tree, what if it's just a symbol? What if it doesn't mean anything?" I wanted to shake him, to unleash the fire that burned within me. "It means everything." My own voice erupted before I could stop it, echoing off the ancient stones. But did I truly believe that? Or was I just trying to convince myself? The tree was a battleground for our beliefs, just as much as it was for our hearts. And here we stood, three souls intertwined in a web of love, fear, and the undeniable pull of history. The night stretched on, and as the stars blinked overhead, I felt the weight of time pressing down on us. We fight for our past, Eleni implored, and for our future. This isn't just about the tree, it's about who we are. I could see her passion, burning bright, but beneath that flame lay a darkness, a fear of loss that threatened to swallow her whole. I wanted to wrap her in my arms and tell her everything would be all right, but the truth gnawed at my insides. Nothing was guaranteed. As the crowd swelled, their voices rising in a cacophony of anger and hope, I caught glimpses of faces twisted by desire, by ambition, by the longing for something greater than themselves. They were shadows of their former selves, ghostly reminders of what Athens once was. But what if we weren't fighting for a gift? What if the olive tree was merely a facade, a mirage shimmering in the distance, taunting us with its beauty? I turned my gaze back to Lysander, who seemed to shrink beneath the weight of expectation. "You have to choose," I whispered, though I could hardly muster the courage to speak. "Will you stand with us, or will you let fear dictate your path?" His eyes flickered, caught between the light of our cause and the darkness of doubt. A heartbeat, too, and then he nodded, slow yet resolute. I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, but it was fragile, like the leaves of the olive tree swaying in the wind, delicate, but unyielding. Then, in that moment of unity, chaos erupted. A group of men clad in armor stormed into the agora, their presence cutting through the air like a knife. Anger radiated from their bodies, fueled by the promise of power, of control. "Step aside," their leader bellowed, his voice a thunderclap that sent shivers down my spine. "The olive tree belongs to the state now." Fear swelled in my chest like a tide, but Eleni surged forward, a warrior clad in the armor of her resolve. "You will not take it. This tree is our lifeblood." Her defiance rang clear, piercing the thick veil of intimidation. The soldiers hesitated, and for a second, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair and hope. But then, the leader laughed, a cold, mirthless sound that pierced the air like a dagger. "And what will you do, girl? Fight us? You're but a child playing at revolution." The crowd recoiled, gasping, the fire of unity flickering in the face of brutal reality. I felt my heart drop, a heavy stone sinking into an abyss of uncertainty. In that moment, I remembered my own doubts, my own fears, how I had fled from confrontation, how I had let others dictate my path. But here, in the shadow of the olive tree, I realized that to fight was to risk everything. It was to stand in the face of overwhelming odds, to feel the weight of history crushing your spirit yet still find the strength to rise. Eleni's voice rang out again, stronger this time. "We are citizens of Athens, and this tree is our legacy. It has stood through wars and plagues, through love and loss. We will not let you take it." The power of her words rippled through the crowd, igniting a spark of rebellion. I could feel the shift, a swell of determination rising like a wave ready to crash against the shore. But Lysander hesitated, uncertainty flickering behind his eyes. My heart ached for him. "Don't you see?" I urged, my voice trembling. "This is our chance. This is about more than just a tree, it's about who we are." The air thickened with tension, and I could see the shadows of doubt wrestling within him. Would he choose to stand with us or remain shackled by fear? The soldiers advanced, their eyes glinting with the promise of violence, and the moment hung heavy in the air, a delicate thread stretching taut. I could feel the heartbeat of the city, the pain and hope mingling under the stars, and I knew this was where we would either rise or fall. And as the confrontation loomed, the olive tree stood as a silent witness, its branches swaying in the night breeze, holding the weight of 1,000 stories, 1,000 lives. The stage was set, the players in place, and in that heartbeat of anticipation, everything hung in the balance. We were on the precipice, and the edge was terrifyingly exhilarating, the outcome uncertain. I remembered the stories, the laughter, the love, and the promises whispered beneath its branches. This was our moment, and whether we soared or plummeted, we would do it together, spirits intertwined in the fight for our legacy. And perhaps, just perhaps, the olive tree would lend us its strength, its unwavering resolve, as we faced the darkness ahead. The air crackled with anticipation, a heavy silence descending over the temple as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and sorrow. I stood at the entrance, heart pounding like war drums in my chest, watching shadows dance in the flickering torchlight. It was the festival of Athena, and the city was alive with fervor, yet here, in the sacred space, attention hung thick, like the scent of impending rain. Helena, my sister, knelt at the altar, her hands trembling as they brushed against the cool stone. She whispered prayers, her voice barely breaking the stillness, a fragile thread of hope weaving through the weight of despair. I could see her face, illuminated by the flames, washed in a glow that felt both divine and cursed. "Athena," she murmured, "I seek your wisdom." But what wisdom could shield us from the storm brewing in the hearts of men? The city had turned restless, whispers of dissent echoing through the streets, and I, a mere spectator, could do nothing but watch as she sought solace in the very goddess who had become our fate. I remember when we believed in the power of the gods, when woven tales of glory wrapped around us like silk. But that was before the soldiers marched, before the cries of the wrong shattered the night. I felt the weight of my own inadequacy. I was not a warrior, not a priest, just a shadow lurking in the corners of this sacred place. But in that moment, I was drawn to her desperation, an electric current connecting us, pulling me closer to the altar, to Athena. "Lysander," Helena's voice broke through the fog of my thoughts, her eyes wide with fear. "What if she doesn't hear us?" Her hands clenched into fists, a storm brewing behind her dark curls, the same curls that danced like flames in the torchlight. I wanted to tell her that the goddess was listening, that somewhere, hidden in the depths of the shadows, Athena's gaze rested upon us, but my voice fell silent, stifled by the oppressive air. And then I saw him. Marcus, our childhood friend, stepping into the flickering light, shadows clinging to him as if they were a second skin. His expression was a twisted mixture of anger and despair, a tempest that had raged within him for too long. "This is madness," he spat, his words sharp as knives. "We cannot bow to a goddess who turns a blind eye to our suffering." His defiance hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Helena's desperate faith. I felt the tremor in my chest, a reflection of the battlefield within him. "You think she cares about us?" he continued, eyes dark and wild. "While we bleed, Athena feasts on our despair, perched high above us in her temple." Helena's gasp pierced through the tension, her faith challenged by the raw edges of Marcus's truth. "You're wrong," she said, rising to confront him, defiance sparking in her eyes. "Athena is our protector. She guides us." But even as I watched the two of them, their argument spiraling like smoke, I felt the crack beneath my own belief. The cold stone beneath my fingers felt alive, throbbing with a pulse that whispered of forgotten rituals, of blood spilled for favor, of prayers unanswered. I remembered the stories of the priests, their lives intertwining with the divine, yet here we stood, fractured and lost. A chill brushed against my skin, the shadows thickening in the corners of the temple like predators waiting to pounce. "We must sacrifice," I said, the words tumbling out before I could call them back. "If we want her to listen, we must offer something real." Helena's eyes widened, the flickering torchlight casting haunting shadows across her face. "What do you mean?" "Blood," I whispered, feeling the gravity of the words settle over us. "What if we bind ourselves to her? A ritual, a promise." "No!" Marcus shouted, stepping back, his face pale. "You would spill blood for a goddess who has forsaken us." "No!" Helena echoed, clutching her heart as if I had struck her. "I refuse to believe that is the only way." But as I stood there, the enormity of the moment closing in, I felt the heartbeat of something ancient thrumming in my veins. I remembered the stories of the temples, how they had once thrived with joy and fear, the way the air pulsed with the collective breath of worshippers, the taste of burnt offerings clinging to the tongue like the ache of longing. The temple walls leaned closer, the shadows stretching, whispering secrets of the past, the sacrifices, the glories, the stories of those who dared to challenge Athena's will. And in that moment, I felt the weight of our choices pressing against our souls, the echoes of ancient chants rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore of time. "Maybe it's time," I murmured, desperation tinging my voice. "Maybe the only way forward is through the darkness." Elena's gaze burned into mine, searching for something, hope, perhaps, or perhaps the last vestige of her shattered faith. She looked like a fragile bird trapped in a storm, her wings trembling against fate. "Then we do it together," she said, voice steadying. "Together, we face whatever comes." Marcus, standing at the edge, the lines of his face hardening, the storm within him a raging sea. "You don't know what you're asking," he said, but even as he said it, I caught the glimmer of something else in his eyes, a flicker of understanding, a spark of shared fear that bound us in that moment. "Together," I repeated, feeling the weight of our pact settle over us like a cloak. The temple loomed above, the shadows whispering tales of old, and perhaps in that darkness, we would find the light we so desperately sought. But the night was still young, and the storm was only beginning. The festival outside raged on, a cacophony of joy and fear, but in here, we were caught in the eye of a hurricane, the calm before the chaos. Time hung heavy, and I could feel the clock of destiny ticking, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. "Elena," I whispered, my heart racing, "what if we're wrong?" She looked at me, a fierce light igniting behind her eyes. "Then we make our choice," she said resolutely, "and we face the consequences." The words lingered in the air, a promise wrapped in a question, as the shadows danced around us, weaving our fates together, intertwining our destinies with the will of a goddess who may or may not care. And as I breathed in the sacred air, thick with the scent of oil and incense, I knew that whatever happened next would change us forever. The sun hangs low, casting long, menacing shadows across the Parthenon, its once glorious marble now stained with the passage of time, and a silence heavy with weight, like the moment before a storm. I stand there, heart racing, as a breeze whispers through the columns, a haunting lullaby echoing the past. It feels as if the stones themselves are breathing, holding secrets that claw at the edges of my mind. In this space, the air is thick with memories, and I see them as flashes. Athena, fierce and untamed, her eyes aflame with the wisdom of ages. I remember her strength, her beauty, and the way she put fear into the hearts of men. But now, her temple crumbles, like the very faith that built it. I feel a pang of desperation. I am not just a witness. I am a part of this story, an unwilling player in a drama that has played out for millennia. And there's Eleni, standing beside me, her brow furrowed in turmoil. She's always been the one to carry the weight of the world on her slender shoulders, a heart so generous it could drown. She's here to find answers, to piece together the shattered remnants of a past that haunts her. "Why did they do it?" she whispers, her voice barely a tremor against the weight of the marble. "Why destroy something so beautiful?" I see the tears pooling in her eyes, and every drop feels like an echo of every sacrifice made in the name of glory. But she's not just mourning the stones, she's mourning a life lost, a family shattered by war. I wish I could tell her that the beauty of this place is not just in its architecture, but in the fragility of dreams it represents. I remember when we were children, playing in the shadow of this monument, believing that the world was ours to conquer. Now, that innocence feels like a cruel joke. And then there's Nikos, his anger a palpable force, crackling like electricity in the air. He paces, fists clenched, his presence a storm threatening to break. The Parthenon stands as a symbol of all he has lost. "They think they can erase us," he growls, eyes blazing with fury. "But we will rise from the ashes. We have to." His voice trembles with passion, a candle flickering in the encroaching dark. But there's a shadow behind his eyes, a flicker of doubt, of fear that he masks with bravado. I see the scars of his past, the weight of betrayal and loss hanging heavy over him like storm clouds. I want to reach out, tell him that strength isn't just in shouting the loudest but in holding on when it feels like the world is crumbling around you. But the words slip through my fingers like grains of sand. The Parthenon towers over us, a stark commentary on the fragility of beauty. It's a mausoleum for dreams, a graveyard of ambitions etched into stone. I remember standing beneath its towering columns, feeling invincible, the whisper of history curling around me like a warm embrace. But now? Now, it's a reminder of the futility of existence, of dreams built on the backs of the slain, of gods who have turned their gaze away. The ground trembles beneath us, an ominous heartbeat. I glance at Eleni, and for a moment, I see the little girl she once was, wide-eyed, full of hopes and laughter. What if it all just ends, she asks, her voice fragile like the petals of a wilting flower. It won't, I say, though my heart quakes at the thought. Even in ruins, we are still here. We are the memory of what was. But that's just it, isn't it? Memories can be both a comfort and a curse. They cling to us like shadows, the echoes of past laughter twisted into a haunting refrain. As I stand there, I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, each star a reminder of the lives lived, the dreams shattered, the love that lingers in the air like a half-remembered song. Nikos yells, voice rising in a crescendo that pierces the silence. We must stand. For Athena. For our people. His fervor ignites something in me, a restless energy that pushes against the despair that threatens to suffocate us. It's reckless, it's wild, and in that moment, I can't help but feel alive, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. Eleni bites her lip, uncertainty clouding her bright eyes. But how, she breathes, her voice barely above a whisper, lost in the cacophony of our fears colliding. I want to comfort her, to tell her there's strength in vulnerability, that even the most fragile of souls can ignite a revolution. I remember the stories whispered during sleepless nights, tales of gods and monsters, of love lost and battles fought. We've seen what happens when we remain silent, I say, voice steady, even as my heart quakes. We are the architects of our fate, not the ruins left behind. So here we are, three souls woven together by circumstance, standing beneath the weight of history, the ruins of the Parthenon looming over us like a spectre. The wind picks up, swirling around us, and I feel the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of hope mingling with despair. Do you feel that? Nikos shouts, eyes blazing. It's not just stone. It's our blood, our sweat, our dreams. We will not let it fade. In that moment, I can see a flicker of the old fire in Eleni's eyes, the glimmer of defiance against the darkness threatening to swallow us whole. The air crackles, charged with possibility, and I know this is just the beginning. The Parthenon stands, an eternal testament to what has been lost and what is yet to come, and we are no more than whispers amidst its grandeur, our voices weaving through the history that surrounds us. In every heartbeat, every breath, there lies a promise. We will rise, we will remember, and we will fight, however futile it may seem, against the shadows that seek to consume us. The sun dips lower, casting a golden hue on the crumbling stones, and I feel it, an unshakable resolve beginning to take root. We are not just echoes of the past, we are a thunderous roar waiting to break free. And as the shadows lengthen, we stand together, ready to carve our names into the very fabric of this enduring legacy, not just as mourners of what once was, but as warriors for what can still be. The air crackled, heavy with anticipation, as the sun dipped behind the jagged silhouette of the Acropolis. Shadows stretched like fingers across the cobblestones, reaching for secrets long buried beneath the weight of history. People surged, a sea of bodies driven by something primal, something electric. The Panathenea festival was upon them, a ritual steeped in the essence of Athena herself, but tonight was different. Tonight, the very fabric of the celebration trembled with an unspoken dread. I remember the taste of dust tickling my throat, the scent of sweat and incense swirling together, stifling and intoxicating. My heart raced as I pushed through the throng, searching for a glimpse of her, a glimmer of golden armor and piercing eyes. But it was not Athena I found. It was Demos, my brother, his face twisted in anguish, the weight of our family's legacy weighing heavily upon his shoulders. He was a flickering candle, teetering on the brink of extinguishment, and I could feel the shadows creeping closer, hungry for the light. Where is she? His voice trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. I knew he meant our mother, the woman who had raised us under the watchful gaze of Athena's statue in our crumbling home. She had always spoken of honor and sacrifice, of victory and pride. But that evening, honor felt like a noose tightening around our necks. I don't know, Demos. I don't know. I fought to keep my voice steady, but the truth clawed at my insides. I could hear the distant drums of the procession, a heartbeat echoing through the chaos, a summons to a reckoning we weren't prepared for. As the crowd surged forward, I caught sight of a figure standing apart, silhouetted against the vibrant banners and flickering torches. It was Callista, my childhood friend, her eyes dark and shining with a fire I had not seen in years. She was the embodiment of the goddess, fierce and untamed, her spirit a storm that had once swept through the quiet corners of our lives. But now, something was different. A storm cloud hung above her head, a tempest brewing beneath her skin. "Callista!" I shouted, but the crowd swallowed my voice, replacing it with a cacophony of laughter and chanting. She turned, and for a moment, I saw the girl I had known, the one who had dared to dream of greatness while I clung to the edges of mediocrity. But that spark was dimming, crushed under the weight of reality. The shadow of the city loomed behind her, and I could sense her struggle, the battle raging within. "I'm done waiting," she hissed, stepping closer, her breath hot against my skin. "Tonight is our chance to prove ourselves, to show them we're worthy of Athena's blessing. No more hiding." Demos interjected, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "And if we fail? If the gods turn their backs on us? This isn't just a game, Callista. It's our lives." I felt the pull of their emotions, raw and volatile, like a thunderstorm swirling in a bottle. Callista's eyes flashed, a storm brewed in her soul. What if failure is the way to find her? What if we must risk it all? I remembered my mother's voice, the way she had spoken of sacrifice, of surrendering to something greater. But I also remembered the laughter that had erupted from our shared meals, the warmth of her embrace. I wanted to scream, to tell them both that this wasn't just about glory, it was about love and loss, about the weight of expectations and the freedom of choice. Around us, the festival roared to life, vibrant and chaotic. The flickering lights danced in the evening air, casting flickering shadows that felt alive, creeping along the cobblestones. I could hear the chants growing louder, feel the pulse of the city thrumming in my veins. But beneath it all was the undercurrent of something darker, an omen whispering through the night. "Let's go, before it's too late." I took a step forward, urging them to follow, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragile humanity. The procession had begun, and I could see the figure of the great goddess herself in the distance, draped in shimmering cloth, a vision of both beauty and terror. I could feel Demos's resolve wavering, the flicker of doubt sparking within him. I wanted to reach out, to steady him against the tide, but my own uncertainty clawed at me. The enormity of the festival pressed upon us, a living entity hungry for our fears and desires. I could almost hear the city breathing, a rhythm echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. Callista surged ahead, her footsteps bold and reckless. "We'll show them all," she cried, her voice breaking through the din of the crowd, a rallying call that sent shivers down my spine. The fire in her eyes was intoxicating, a promise of rebellion and possibility. But rebellion came at a cost, and I felt that cost looming, a spectre that hovered just beyond the fringes of our joy. As we pushed forward, the thrumming grew louder, drowning out our doubts. The performers danced, their movements fluid and enchanting, weaving stories of gods and mortals. I was entranced, swept away by the rhythm of the night. But the closer we got to the altar, the more the shadows closed in, the whispers intensified. The laughter morphed into something sinister, a mocking echo that sent chills racing down my spine. "Do you feel it?" Demos's voice was barely a whisper, his eyes wide, haunted. The weight of their gaze. I stepped closer to him, my heart pounding, trying to anchor him in the storm. But my words faltered under the weight of his fear, and I could only nod. We were all searching for something, validation, courage, a sign from Athena herself. As the statue loomed above us, the tension snapped, an invisible thread pulled taut until it could hold no more. Suddenly, Callista turned, her eyes blazing. "I will not be afraid," she shouted, the sound soaring above the festivities, a challenge to the night itself. And in that moment, everything changed. The laughter faded, the dancers halted, and all eyes turned to her, a collective breath held, a silent acceptance of the chaos she had unleashed. The shadows whispered louder, a cacophony of doubts and dreams swirling like smoke. I could feel the pulse of the crowd, a heartbeat echoing through the cobblestones, and I knew we were on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The festival had become a crucible, bending us under the weight of our desires and fears. Would we survive the backlash of our rebellion against the gods, or would we be consumed by the very shadows we sought to outshine? As the drumbeats thundered, I caught a glimpse of my mother's face in my mind, her fierce love and relentless hope. I held on to that image, a lifeline in the storm. We were bound to the past, but we could forge our own future. Whatever lay ahead, I felt one thing: this moment, this festival, was just the beginning. And the echoes of Athena's presence would guide us, whether we embraced the darkness or let it swallow us whole. The tension hung thick in the air, vibrating with the promise of chaos and revelation, and I knew this was just the prologue to a story still waiting to be written. The night was smothered in shadows, thick as the smoke that curled from the dying fires of the Trojan camp, a moment pregnant with destiny. I stood on the precipice of chaos, hearts thundering like war drums in my chest, the air crackling with an electric tension. I could feel the weight of Athena's gaze upon me, fierce and unwavering, as if she were etching her will into the very fabric of the night. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel, casting pale light over the blood-soaked earth that stretched beneath me, a reminder of lives hanging by the thinnest of threads. In the distance, the clash of swords echoed, a symphony of steel and sorrow. Achilles, his rage burning hotter than the flames of the dying pyres, was a figure of raw, unbridled fury. He was a tempest personified, the very embodiment of a god's wrath. But beneath that impenetrable surface, beneath the glittering exterior of invincibility, I could see the flickers of doubt reflected in his eyes, like the shimmering surface of the Aegean, deceiving yet deeply profound. I remembered our last encounter, when he had gripped my shoulder, desperation spilling from his lips, as if he feared the world would crumble beneath him. "You cannot lose your way, Odysseus," he had insisted, his voice cracking. "You must bring us victory." And how could I tell him that victory felt as distant as the stars? That no matter how sharp the spear or how fierce the warrior, we were all mere pawns in a game far beyond our understanding. Then there was Hector, the noble prince of Troy, protector of his city, his heart tethered to a family he would risk everything to save. As I watched him now, courage flaring in his eyes, I couldn't help but wonder how his heart could still beat with hope amid such despair. With every step he took toward the battlefield, he carried the weight of a city, a legacy, a love that would shatter upon the cruel altar of war. The shadows danced around him, whispering secrets of betrayal and doom, but he strode forth, unyielding. I could hear the echoes of his mother's voice in my memory, pleading with him to stay. "Hector, my son, don't go." But he was bound by honor, an oath forged in the fires of loyalty and love, even as the gods themselves conspired against him. Athena's wisdom loomed in the background, a light in the dark, guiding me with every heartbeat. Her presence was palpable, a ghostly hand brushing against my soul. "Think, Odysseus," she would urge me, her voice the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Strategy is not just in the clash of swords, it's in the whispers of the soul. And there it was, the crux of it all, strategy, but more importantly, the heart to navigate through the storm of blood and tears. I felt the pull of her power, an intoxicating rush, a reminder of why I was here. The weight of my own choices pressed heavily upon me, each decision a thread in the tapestry of fate. Why must we sacrifice ourselves for a war built on a bed of lies? I whispered to the night sky, my voice barely a tremor against the oncoming storm. But the night offered no answer, only an echo of my own doubts, a cruel reminder of my own insignificance against the vast canvas of existence. I remembered Achilles again, caught in the paradox of glory and grief, trapped in a dance with his own mortality. "Victory," he had spat, as if the word were poison on his tongue. "What is victory when it costs everything we hold dear?" His words hung in the air, heavy like an iron chain binding us all to a fate we could not escape. The tide of battle surged around us, warriors thrumming with adrenaline, fear, and the intoxicating scent of blood, each one grappling with their own demons. It was a macabre ballet of life and death, woven together in a tapestry of anguish and valor. I could see the fear in the eyes of young men, fresh from their villages, their hands trembling as they clutched their swords, a visceral reminder that for every hero, there were countless souls who would never be remembered. They were the shadows that danced in the twilight, the ghosts of dreams unfulfilled, lost in a war that had spiraled beyond reason. Then came the moment, a flash of realization, a crack through the darkness. Athena's voice, sharp and clear, cut through the fog of despair. "Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the will to fight despite it. I felt it resonate in my bones, igniting an ember of courage deep within. I was not just a pawn, I was a player in this deadly game, and I had the power to sway the outcome. The night shifted, the stars aligning with a cosmic promise of hope. As the armies clashed, I turned my gaze to Hector, standing tall amidst the chaos, a beacon of resilience. And for a fleeting moment, our eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between us. He was fighting not just for Troy, but for every heart that beat in defiance of fate. In that instant, I realized the truth. It wasn't merely about victory or glory, it was about the legacy we left behind, the memories woven into the fabric of time. This was our story, written in blood and tears, a tale that would echo through eternity. And as the night raged on, a tempest of emotion swirling like the winds of fate, I felt Athena's presence surge within me. The strategy was clear. It was not just about defeating the enemy, but about understanding the very essence of what it meant to be human. We were flawed, broken, and yet, in our struggle, we found strength. The battle was not just for Troy, it was for the soul of humanity itself. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I charged into the fray, the clash of swords ringing like a death knell, the shadows of destiny closing in around us. The night was alive, crackling with energy, as we each played our part in this cosmic dance of fate, one that would ripple through the ages, each heartbeat echoing the resolve and fragility of our existence. The war was far from over, and yet, in that moment, we were more than warriors, we were a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to fight, even when the stars seemed to conspire against us. The tale was not yet finished, it was only just beginning. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, and the wild cries of battle rang out like a twisted symphony. As I stood at the edge of the fray, the chaos swirled around me, swords clashed, shields splintered, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of bodies. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat echoing the fear that wrapped around my throat like a vice. And yet, there she was, Athena, fierce and unyielding, her aegis shimmering in the dim light, a cloak woven from the very fabric of protection and power. I remember the first time I saw it. The aegis, a swirling array of golden threads, inscribed with the faces of dread and awe, glimmering with an ethereal glow. It was not merely a cloak. It was a promise, a shield against the nightmares that stalked us through the shadows of the night. And in that moment, I felt its weight, a weight that pressed down on me, full of history, of battles fought and lost, of sacrifices made in the name of glory and despair. Beside me stood Callista, her eyes wide, reflecting the flames that licked the sky like hungry spirits. She had always been the brave one, the heart of our trio, but now, her courage was faltering, unraveling in the face of imminent death. I could see it, the flicker of doubt, the tremor of her hands gripping her sword like a lifeline. "What if we don't make it?" she whispered, voice breaking like glass. I wanted to tell her that the aegis would protect us, that Athena's blessing was upon us. But as I opened my mouth, the truth clawed at my insides. The aegis was meant for the worthy, and I felt anything but worthy. I remember my own failures, how I tripped over my own feet when I should have run, how I hesitated when the moment demanded action. The weight of my doubt mingled with the heat of the battlefield, a cocktail of desperation and longing. "Focus, Callista," I finally managed to say, my voice strained. "We fight together. We will wear the aegis, even if it's just a dream." But deep down, I questioned whether my words were a promise or a lie. Across the chaos, I caught sight of Marcus, our steadfast warrior, his face a mask of determination. But beneath that hardened exterior, I sensed the storm raging within him. He had lost so much, his family, his home, his faith in a cause that now felt hollow. I watched as he charged into the fray, muscles taut like strings ready to snap, and I felt a pang of envy. He wore his pain like armor, while I felt exposed, vulnerable. "Marcus!" I screamed, the sound swallowed by the cacophony. I feared I would lose him to the tide of anger and sorrow that surged around us. The aegis shimmered above us, a beacon of hope and despair, and I struggled to grasp its meaning. Was its magic only for the triumphant? Or could it cradle the broken, too? "Fight for your ghosts!" Marcus shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. "For every soul that fell, we rise. And then, with the ferocity of thunder, he plunged into the heart of the enemy, carrying our dreams with him like a torch against the dark. I felt my breath hitch as I saw the Aegis spark to life around him, a flicker of divine essence igniting in the chaos. My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of emotion. Did Athena truly walk with us? Was that glow a sign, or merely the firelight playing tricks? In each heartbeat, the line between reality and myth blurred, a dance of fear and faith. Callista's eyes gleamed with renewed courage, her sword raised high as she followed Marcus into the fray. I hesitated. The shadows tugged at my mind, whispering that I was unworthy, that the Aegis was a distant dream meant for those who lived without fear. But I remembered the feel of the cloak against my skin, and a flicker of rebellion sparked within me. I could not let my companions fight this battle alone. The screams of the fallen echoed around us, the cries of the lost and forgotten. I could feel their presence, a chorus of voices urging me forward. I stepped into the chaos, my heartbeat synchronized with the clash of steel, the growls of the dying, the roar of a war that felt endless. I reached for the Aegis, not knowing if it was a tangible thing or a figment of my imagination. Was it a shield woven from the essence of Athena herself, or merely a shroud of myth draped over our heads? The cloak danced around me, a flicker of hope, a shroud of despair, as I fought not just for victory, but for redemption. I remember the moment clarity struck, a vision of the Aegis enveloping us like a storm, its power coursing through our veins, binding our fates together. It was a revelation written in blood and fire. We were all flawed, all broken, yet still we rose. In the heart of chaos, we forged our own destiny. And as I swung my sword, I felt the weight of the Aegis wrap around my shoulders, a heavy yet comforting embrace. The enemies fell before us, shadows dissipating in the light of our unity. But in that moment of triumph, a new dread clawed at the edges of my mind. What would it cost us? Time slipped through my fingers like the sands of a shattered hourglass. The Aegis pulsed with an energy that felt both exhilarating and ominous. I looked into Callista's eyes and saw the flicker of doubt mirrored in my own. What if we lose it all? She whispered again, and I understood. The Aegis did not merely protect, it also demanded. I remember the weight of those words, the realization that the very fabric of our lives was woven into this moment. The Aegis, both a shield and a burden, was a reminder that even in our darkest times, light could be forged from fear, heartache, and the promise of hope. As shadows gathered around us, the battle raged on, a storm unending. I felt the pull of destiny drawing us forward, into the unknown, into the embrace of the Aegis, where every heartbeat echoed with the unyielding promise of protection and the terrifying cost of our choices. And we moved, always moving, toward the horizon where the light met the dark, and the world spun on, unrelenting and beautiful. The battlefield was a symphony of chaos, an orchestra of clashing steel and guttural cries. I stood there, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood, my heart pounding like a war drum against my chest. In the distance, Hector, the noble Trojan prince, fought with the ferocity of a lion, his eyes alight with a fierce determination that sent shivers down my spine. He was a hero, but on this day, he was also a man teetering on the precipice of despair. Each swing of his sword was a desperate plea, a mournful scream for salvation that echoed through the smoke-choked air. And there I saw her, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, looming in the shadows of Olympus, her eyes gleaming with divine purpose, a celestial observer weaving her influence through the fabric of earthly strife. Hector's heart was heavy with the weight of his city, his family, the love of his life, the beautiful Andromache. I could feel it, an unbearable ache that twisted inside him like a thorn. He fought not just for glory but to protect the very essence of his world. But death loomed like a ghost, whispering promises of loss and heartbreak that he could not escape. I remember standing on the brink of understanding then, feeling the chill of inevitability. Across the battlefield, Achilles, the greatest Greek warrior, stood still as a statue, rage boiling beneath his skin. His wrath was a fire so bright it could melt the very sun, fueled by the burning memory of his slain friend Patroclus, lying cold and lifeless like a forgotten dream. I felt his fury cascade over me, a wave of hot grief that made breathing impossible. He had lost everything, his honor, his brotherhood, his purpose. And yet, in the depths of that despair, I sensed a flicker of hope, a fragile thread that Athena, the divine puppeteer, was ready to pull. The clash of swords intensified, a brutal symphony shaking the earth beneath my feet. I could see Hector drawing closer, determined to confront Achilles, to challenge the very embodiment of wrath. It was a moment charged with electricity, a collision of fates that would shatter worlds. I could feel the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat echoing through the silence, urging me forward as the tension coiled within me like a spring ready to snap. Athena, with her cunning smile, knew the power of belief. She descended like a spectre, cloaked in her divine essence, weaving through time and space, her presence felt by Achilles, who looked up as if sensing her. "Do not let your vengeance blind you," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that danced on the winds of fate. "Fight with purpose, for the glory of your name, for the memory of your fallen friend." The words pierced the air, and I could see his resolve harden, a steel forged in the fires of loss. He was no longer merely a man consumed by rage, he was a vessel of divine intent, a warrior shaped by the hands of fate itself. I held my breath, the world around me fading, lost in the beauty of that moment. "Come, Achilles. Let us end this," Hector called, his voice tremulous yet unwavering. He stood tall, his bravado an echo of the man he wished to be, a hero in a world collapsing around him. But I saw the glimmer of fear in his eyes, the knowledge that this confrontation would lead to ruin. Yet still, he stepped forward into the maw of destiny, a moth drawn to a flame. And then, the clash. It was a sound that reverberated through me, a low rumble of inevitability. The swords sang a cruel lullaby, striking against one another, each blow a testament to their sacred struggle. Athena's spirit surged like wildfire through Achilles, igniting a flame of vengeance that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. He was the storm unleashed, the harbinger of ruin, a force that could not be contained. I remember the air crackling with tension, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Hector fought valiantly, his every strike infused with love for his city, for his family, for Andromache's hopeful gaze. But against Achilles, the embodiment of fury forged in divine wrath, he was but a candle flickering against the onslaught of a tempest. "Do not let your heart waver," Athena urged, her voice echoing in the depths of Achilles' soul. "He is but a man. You are more." And in that moment, the very essence of the divine seeped into the mortal realm, twisting reality, molding it into something dark and beautiful. Hector faltered, the weight of his cause crashing down upon him like a wave, and I felt the desperation clawing at his spirit. "I have loved deeply," he cried, "I have fought for those I cherish. Is this how it ends?" His voice trembled, and in that moment, I felt his humanity, his fragility. He was not just a warrior, he was a man, a lover, a father, lost in the storm of fate. As Achilles lunged, his strike a blur of blood and fury, I could almost hear the ticking of time, a clock inexorably counting down to destruction. I wanted to scream, to reach out, to shake them from their inexorable paths, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. The world was on the brink of unraveling, threads of destiny fraying and fading. And there, in the eye of the storm, Athena rose, a beacon of both hope and despair. Would she intervene? Would she save one or the other? The answer was written in the stars, an ancient pattern etched into the fabric of the cosmos, a conclusion as unyielding as fate itself. The moment drew closer, the crescendo of life and death crashing down upon us like a celestial wave. Hearts raced, breaths quickened, and as Achilles brought his sword down, oh, the agony, the ecstasy of that irrevocable moment, it felt as if time itself held its breath. And in that suspended heartbeat, where love collided with vengeance, hope danced with despair, I stood witness to the tragic beauty of it all. The goddess watched, the warriors fought, and I, a mere spectator in this divine tragedy, felt the world shift beneath my feet. I was bound to the story, woven into its tapestry, heart aching and soul crying out for resolution, yet knowing that none would come. In the balance of life's cruel game, Athena was the divine intervener, the architect of fate, and as the dust settled, I understood something profound. Sometimes, the very act of witnessing is a kind of intervention in itself. The night fell like a blade, sharp and unforgiving, swallowing the last rays of a sun that had witnessed too much. Silence cloaked the land, but it was the kind of silence that screeched, a soundless scream echoing among the ruins of forgotten dreams. Odysseus stood on the shoreline, his heart a tempest. The waves lapped hungrily at his feet, a reminder of home that felt more like a cruel joke. He could feel her presence before he saw her, ethereal and vibrant, a pulse of light amidst the darkness. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, materialized in a shimmer of silver and gold, her eyes like storm clouds brewing. "You stand at the edge of despair," she said, her voice a gentle storm, reverberating deep within him, a mother's whisper, a warrior's call. "But you are not alone." "Alone," he spat, bitterness thick on his tongue. "Each time I climb from one pit, I fall into another. Scylla and Charybdis, they taunt me. I am a man trapped in a web, spun by fate and folly." His voice broke, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. He was a king, yes, but a king reduced to a scavenger, fighting against the tide of time and his own missteps. Athena stepped closer, her presence radiating warmth that clashed with the chill of his despair. "You must remember. What you seek is not outside you. It lives in your heart, buried beneath the rubble of defeat." He met her gaze, feeling the truth in her words, but doubt clung to him like shadows. What if that heart is too broken to beat again? What if the ghosts of my past, my choices, have chained me to this fate? Each word was a wound, a reminder of the men he had sacrificed, the loved ones he had lost, the endless sea of regret that threatened to drown him. Athena's compassion was fierce, piercing through his turmoil. "You are not just Odysseus, the man of war, the trickster. You are also the father, the husband, the dreamer. Fear is your anchor, but hope can be the wind in your sails." She gestured toward the horizon, where stars twinkled like distant promises. Each one was a memory, a love lost, a challenge faced, each one a thread in the tapestry of his existence. The ocean roiled restlessly, mirroring his inner chaos. "Hope," he echoed, his voice cracking like fragile glass. "What is hope but a cruel trick? I have fought battles and faced monsters, but the greatest foe is time. It strips away everything. It leaves nothing but a hollow shell." Athena's eyes flickered with an intensity that shook him. "Then become the storm. Rage against time, against the tide. Each moment is a choice. Choose to fight. Choose to believe in the light, even when shadows threaten to consume you." Her words wrapped around him like a lifeline, binding him to his purpose. And yet, doubt clawed at him, gnawing away at the edges of his resolve. "But what if I fail? What if my journey is for naught?" The fear of failure loomed larger than the sea itself, an insurmountable wave that threatened to crash over him. Failure is a shadow, not the end. You must confront it, embrace it. Then, it will lose its power over you. Her voice took on an almost melodic lilt, rising and falling like the tide, urging him to listen, to feel. "Remember Telemachus. He needs you. Your journey is not just your own. It is a path woven with love, with sacrifice." At the mention of his son, a fresh wound opened in his heart, raw and bleeding. Telemachus, his boy, now a man, was fighting battles of his own. Alone in a home filled with ghosts, he faced the suitors, the unraveling of their family. The thought of his son, standing valiantly against the tide of despair, sent a jolt of determination through him. I remember his laughter, the way his eyes shone with hope when I told him tales of the stars." Athena stepped back, her presence transforming, becoming a mirror reflecting his own vulnerability. "And what of Penelope? Your heart aches for her, doesn't it? A woman bound by her own chains, waiting for a man who may never return." There was a softness in her voice, a tenderness that shattered him further. A raw anger surged within him. "I am a ghost to them. A fading memory, lost to the winds of time." "How can I? Do not underestimate the power of love," she interrupted, her tone both fierce and soothing. "It has the strength to transcend time, to bridge the chasms of despair. You are the thread connecting them to hope. You are the arrow that must fly true." The weight of her words bore down on him, igniting something deep within. He felt a pulse, a rhythm in his heart that matched the beat of the waves. The ocean, once a terrifying abyss, now seemed to call him forth, daring him to confront his own darkness. "I will fight," he said, the words spilling out like a vow. "I will embrace the tempest and navigate the storm. For my son, for my wife, for the love that binds us." Athena smiled, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "Then let the winds carry you. Trust in the journey, and know that I will guide you, even in the darkest of nights." And as she faded into the shadows, the night transformed. The moon rose like a guardian, illuminating the path ahead. The ocean roared, not as an enemy, but as a companion, a reminder that within the depths lay the power to rise again. Odysseus breathed deeply, his heart now a conflagration of hope and purpose, ready to face whatever awaited him on the horizon, a battle not just against the world, but against himself. Time stretched, the stars twinkled like echoes of a promise unbroken. The tide swelled, and with it, the fire in his soul ignited. A journey awaited him. It was not the end, but a rebirth. In the distance, he could see the outline of his home, a beacon of love calling him back. All that was left was to seize it, to forge through the tempest, and to embrace the unknown, knowing he was no longer alone. The silence was deafening, thick as the fog that clung to the forest floor like a shroud. Breath held, heart pounding, I stood still, my pulse a frantic drum against the backdrop of a world gone eerily quiet. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches clutching at the night sky, waiting, watching. A chill crawled down my spine, each shiver a reminder that I was not alone, never alone. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, a haunting, echoing cry that sent a cascade of unease spiraling through my chest. I could almost see its wide, all-knowing eyes cutting through the darkness, piercing into the very marrow of my soul. The owl, a symbol of wisdom, became a harbinger of my plight. In that moment, I was aware of everything, the damp earth beneath my feet, the sharp tang of pine, and the weight of secrets hanging heavy in the air. "Where are you?" I whispered into the night, my voice barely a tremor. It wasn't just the forest that echoed my loneliness, it was the aching void in my heart. I had lost so much, my sister, my anchor, her laughter now a distant memory, a ghost flickering just out of reach. The weight of her absence gnawed at me, a hunger that no amount of reason could satiate. Shadows twisted around me, mocking my grief, as if the very fabric of the night conspired to remind me of my failures. "Come back," I murmured, the words a fragile plea swallowed by the dark. But she wouldn't. Not after that night, the night I had let her down. In the midst of my turmoil, I heard footsteps, urgent, frantic. I turned, heart racing, to see a figure emerging from the gloom. It was Liam, his face pale, eyes wide with fear. The man who had once been my rock now seemed a mere shell, haunted by his own demons, his brow furrowed in worry that mirrored my own. "Did you hear it?" he gasped, breathless. "The owl, it's back." His words sent a shiver through me, igniting a flame of dread. The owl. The watchful, omniscient creature that seemed to linger at the edges of our lives, a detective of our darkest secrets. My sister had always said they were the guardians of wisdom, protectors of lost souls. Now, they felt more like harbingers of doom, a reminder of everything we had lost. "I remember," I began, but the words caught in my throat. I remembered the laughter, the game we played in the moonlit fields, the promise we made to always watch each other's backs. But promises are fragile things, easily shattered by the harsh winds of reality. "Where's Sarah?" Liam's voice sliced through my thoughts, jagged and raw. I met his gaze, and in that moment, the weight of guilt broke over me like a wave. I had been too focused on my own grief to notice her unraveling, her quiet descent into shadows. We had both lost her, but I had lost her first. "She's gone," I whispered, the words tasting bitter as they left my tongue. Liam's expression twisted, anguish mingling with fury. "You let her go," he spat, the accusation hanging heavy between us. And it was true. I was the older sister, the protector. Yet I had failed her. We were trapped in this spiral of blame, and the owl outside taunted us, a reminder of our watchfulness that had faltered. "Do you think it knows?" I asked, my voice trembling as I glanced toward the treetops. Do you think it sees everything? Liam shook his head, eyes narrowing. It's just a bird, Nora. Just a bird. But deep down, I knew that wasn't entirely true. The owl was more than a creature of the night. It embodied our fears and failures, our refusal to face the darkness. It was the wisdom we had ignored, the vigilance we had abandoned. Suddenly, a rustle, branches snapping, leaves crunching. My heart raced. Fear coursed through me like icy fire. Had it come for us? Run! I screamed, adrenaline coursing through my veins. We darted into the trees, the shadows swallowing us whole. Branches clawed at our skin, the night air thickening with the scent of wet earth and decay. The darkness closed in, but I didn't look back. I could almost hear the wings of that accursed owl beating against the night, a relentless reminder of our failures. My breath came in ragged gasps as we stumbled deeper into the woods, the path ahead swallowed by a dense fog. Stop! Liam shouted, grabbing my arm. What are we doing? I turned to him, the panic in his eyes mirroring my own. We have to find her. We have to find who? His voice cracked, the weight of despair crashing over him. We can't save her, Nora. The words cut deep, a jagged wound. I was caught in the tug-of-war between hope and despair, love and loss. I wanted to scream, to rail against the universe for taking her from us, but all that came out was a choked sob. Do you really think the owl is watching us? I asked, voice trembling, desperate for something to cling to. I don't know, he snapped, and in that moment, the vulnerability in his eyes shattered my heart. I don't know, but we can't keep running from the truth. Truth. A cruel beast, lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. I felt its teeth graze my soul, the blood of my regret staining the earth beneath us. The owl's call echoed again, and I knew it was time to face the darkness. So what do we do? I whispered, feeling every inch of despair. Liam's gaze softened, and for a moment, I saw the boy I had fallen in love with. The one who wasn't afraid to confront the monsters lurking in the corners of our lives. We confront it, he said, his voice steady yet laced with fear. And just like that, we stood at the precipice of an emotional cliff. The night was heavy with unspoken truths, and the owl hooted again, as if to say, look closer. The air crackled with tension, and I felt a spark ignite within, pulling me into a world where wisdom and vigilance danced on the edge of despair. We took a step forward, and in that moment, I understood. The owl wasn't just a symbol of wisdom, it was a challenge, a reminder that we were alive, even in our brokenness. Every heartbeat was a testament to our resilience, every breath a vow to seek the light in the shadows. As the fog began to lift, so did the weight of my fears. The confrontation was inevitable. The owl was watching, yes, but it was also teaching us to be vigilant in our quest for redemption. I felt the stirrings of hope, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. And so, we moved deeper into the unknown, the night alive with possibilities, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air was thick, heavy with anticipation, a taut string pulled to its breaking point. I could hear the whispers of the wind, ghostly fingers tracing through the trees that loomed like giants in the twilight, holding secrets older than time. In the heart of that silence, a scream pierced through, a sound so raw, so desperate, it felt like a prayer to the gods. I was there, standing on the precipice of a moment that would change everything, my heart racing like a caged bird thrashing against the bars. Why Athena? The question hung in the air, jagged and sharp. It echoed in my mind, a relentless drumbeat of anguish. I turned to face her, the goddess cloaked in shadows and starlight, her eyes a tempest of fury and sorrow. She was taller than memory, her presence both suffocating and awe-inspiring, the embodiment of wisdom and war. You promised to protect us. The voice belonged to Odysseus, a warrior with a heart burdened by his own choices, a flawed hero caught in a web of fate and desire. His hands trembled, not from fear but from a longing that gnawed at him like a relentless beast. I could see the glistening sheen of sweat on his brow, the way his jaw clenched tight, a man battling both external enemies and the demons clawing at his soul. He had survived storms, monsters, and the insatiable hunger of his own ambition, yet here he stood, vulnerable and exposed before the goddess. Athena's gaze flickered, revealing a flicker of something. Regret? Compassion? The nature of the divine was an enigma, but in that moment, I felt the weight of her choices pressing down like a boulder on my chest. You must understand, she said, her voice like a blade scraping across stone, I do not wield control over your destinies. But I remembered the legends, the whispers of her interventions, the glimmers of hope she had ignited in the hearts of mortals. Each hero bore her mark, a symbol of divine favor, a blessing and a curse. Their triumphs echoed through history, yet so did their tragedies. I could feel the pulse of history in my veins, the pain of every fallen warrior who believed they could tilt the scales of fate. Behind Odysseus stood Achilles, a titan of a man, his presence more imposing than the mountains. He was a force of nature, but beneath that surface of granite, I saw the cracks of a soul in torment. He had lost everything but pride, the blood of his friend staining his memories like ink on parchment. You've played your games with us, Athena, he growled, the bitterness curling around his words like smoke. You toy with our fates while we bleed for glory. I remembered the battlefields, the echoes of swords clashing, the cries of men swallowed by the ground, their dreams buried deep among the roots. Each hero bore their burdens, yet here they were, locked in a dance of despair, facing a goddess who held the keys to their salvation and their damnation. Athena's eyes glistened like steel under the moonlight, and I could see the depth of her pain, the weight of her wisdom. She was a goddess of strategy, of war, yet she was also a guardian of hearts. You think I do not grieve? Her voice, a whisper now, felt like a breeze brushing against my skin. Every choice I make, every mortal I guide, leaves a scar upon my soul. I am bound to you, as much as you are bound to your own destinies. I could almost taste the salt of her tears, mingled with the sweat of the warriors who stood before her. Their lives were entwined in an eternal struggle against the gods, against the very essence of what it meant to be human. The complexity of that bond was a bittersweet melody playing in the background, a reminder of the thin line between love and hate, hope and despair. Odysseus stepped forward, the shadows of doubt lingering in his eyes. Then help us, Athena. Give us the strength to face what lies ahead. His plea hung in the air, saturated with desperation, a plea that resonated with the broken fragments of my own heart. With a heavy sigh, Athena raised her hand, and the air shimmered with the weight of her power. A flash of light illuminated the darkness, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. You seek strength, but it is within you already. Remember your hearts, your passions, and your flaws. You must own them to rise. Her words, ethereal and haunting, wound their way through the hollow spaces inside me. I could feel their truth, seeping deep into my bones. The flickering light faded, leaving a lingering warmth, a promise that the dawn would come, but not without pain, not without sacrifice. In that moment, time twisted around itself, a cruel reminder of the ticking clock, the relentless march of fate that awaited them. I could see the ghosts of heroes past lining the edges of their vision, fallen comrades, unsung legends, souls lost to the abyss of war. Each one a reminder of what could be lost if they did not heed the goddess's call. And then, silence. It enveloped us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. In that stillness, the tension crackled, electric and alive. My breath caught, and I could feel my heart racing, the weight of impending conflict looming over us. Would they heed her warning? Would they find the strength within? I remembered the countless battles fought in the name of glory, the sacrifices made on blood-soaked soil, the cries of warriors echoing through time. History was not just a series of events, it was an emotional tapestry woven with the threads of hope and despair. And as the heroes stood at the crossroads, I felt the pull of their destinies, heavy and inevitable. The night deepened around us, shadows stretching, ghosts whispering tales of triumph and tragedy. Each heartbeat echoed like a battle drum, a rhythm of life and death, a haunting reminder that every moment could be their last. The silence shattered like glass, and the world exploded into chaos, the clash of swords, the roar of men, the cries of the forgotten. Athena watched, a sentinel of fate, her heart woven into the very fabric of their struggles. No conclusion, no resolution, only the relentless pulse of life, a cycle of conflict and yearning, binding us all together in an endless dance of creation and destruction. And as I stood there, breathless, I knew this was not the end. It was merely a chapter, a moment suspended in the eternal night, where dreams and nightmares collided, and the echoes of heroes would resonate for all time. The air crackled with tension as the moon hung low, a sliver of silver in a sea of darkness. Shadows twisted among the jagged rocks, whispering secrets of a world turned upside down. I stood there, trembling, heart pounding in sync with the distant echoes of a nightmare that had become flesh. Medusa, a creature born of beauty twisted into horror. Her name, a curse, a shuddering breath, a cry of despair, filled the air. I could taste it, bitter on my tongue, like the fear that wrapped around my throat. Perseus, brave yet burdened, gripped his sword so tightly that the hilt bit into his palm. His knuckles were white, the very color of his resolve, pure yet tinged with doubt. He had come too far, traversing lands that held specters of the past, carrying not just a weapon, but the weight of expectations. I remembered his look as he left, determined, yet haunted. The kind of look that said, I can't turn back now, but what if I fail? I wanted to scream, to tell him he didn't have to do this. But the words lodged in my throat, tangled with my own fears. Medusa is not just a monster, I whispered, my voice quaking like the ground beneath our feet. She was once a woman. A priestess, cursed for being too beautiful, too desirable. Do you see the irony? The night swallowed my words, leaving only the cold silence that wrapped itself around us like a shroud. His eyes met mine, a fleeting connection filled with understanding and dread. He didn't need to say it, I could see the question hanging in the air, what if I become her? The path ahead twisted and turned, littered with remnants of those who had tried and failed. Their bones served as a grim reminder of the stakes. I could almost hear their whispers, urging him to reconsider, to run. But he took a step forward, anchored by the slim chance of glory. Each footfall echoed, reverberating in the hollow spaces of my heart. I wanted to reach out, to clutch his arm and pull him back from the brink, but I was rooted in place, the fear of losing him tying me down like chains forged in despair. Remember the shield, I reminded him, desperation slipping into my voice. Athena's gift. It's not just a shield, it's a mirror. Use it wisely. I could feel the sunken weight of my words, heavy with the burden of my own failures. I wasn't the warrior. My battles were fought in dreams, under sheets, where monsters weren't made of flesh but of anxiety and regret. But now, as he stood at the threshold of unimaginable terror, I felt the haunting echo of my own inadequacies. Did I deserve to be here, standing beside a hero when I had never been brave? The cave loomed ahead, a gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. The darkness clung to the entrance like a velvet curtain, promising secrets and horrors. Stay close, he said, his voice steady, yet I could hear the tremor beneath. This was the moment, the pivot where fate decided to play its hand. Together, we took a breath, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and impending doom. It felt too fragile, too fleeting, as if it might shatter with the next heartbeat. Inside, the darkness wrapped around us like a lover's embrace, intimate yet suffocating. He moved cautiously, each step calculated, like a dance on a razor's edge. I could almost see her, a Medusa, coiled in the shadows, her serpentine hair alive with malice, eyes glinting with the promise of petrification. It was a haunting beauty, one that had turned many a warrior into stone, their dreams crumbling to dust. "What do you see?" I asked, my own heart racing, desperate to pierce the veil of silence that lay thick between us. "Nothing yet," he replied, voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken her. But I could hear the uncertainty in his words, a crack in his armor, and it sent shivers down my spine. But I feel her presence, a weight pressing down on me. The air grew colder, each breath a frosty reminder of our mortality. I remember, I began, the memories spilling from my lips like a confession, the tales of those who faced her and lost. They say she was once beautiful, so beautiful that it drove men mad with desire. And now, she's a monster, a reflection of the cruelty of the gods. Every word, a dagger plunging deeper into the ache in my chest. We are all just one misstep away from becoming something we fear. Suddenly, a hiss broke the silence, sharp and slicing through the air. Perseus tensed, the sword vibrating in his grip as if it were alive. "There," he cried, pointing into the dark, and I felt my heart lurch. The shadows writhed, and from them emerged Medusa, her form twisting and contorting like a nightmare-made flesh. Her eyes, glowing orbs filled with pain and rage, locked onto his, and in that moment, time stood still. "Do you see?" I whispered, my breath hitching in my throat. "She's not just a monster. She's a tragedy." Her gaze bore into him, a tempest of sorrow mingled with fury, and I could feel the weight of her anguish, a burden she couldn't escape. "Perseus!" I shouted, the urgency clawing at my insides. "The shield!" He raised it, a glimmer of hope in the depths of despair, and for a moment, the world held its breath. The shield caught the light, a mirror reflecting her gaze back upon her, and in that instant, I saw the flicker of recognition, the recognition of her own lost humanity. Was this the moment she realized she was both hunter and hunted? The battle that ensued was not just against a beast but against the very notion of monsters. I watched, heart in my throat, as he swung the sword. The air crackled with energy, and I felt tears prick my eyes. Was it rage? Fear? Or was it the profound sadness of knowing that even in victory, there would be no true celebration, only the echoes of what had been lost? "Forgive me," he murmured, his voice breaking as the sword found its mark. The world tilted, and in that moment, I felt the universe shift. Medusa's scream echoed through the cave, a sound that peeled back the layers of everything I thought I knew. A scream of despair, of anger, and of an end that felt like a beginning, or perhaps a continuation of an endless cycle. I stood frozen, torn between triumph and mourning. As her form crumpled, the serpents falling still, I felt the weight of every dream that had crumbled, every hope turned to ash. In that moment, the boundary between hero and monster blurred, leaving only echoes of grief. With a heart heavy with sorrow, I realized we had not just slain a monster, we had severed the last thread of a tragic tale, and now, we were left to grapple with the aftermath. The cave felt empty now, hollowed out by loss and the price of victory. Perseus stood there, breathless, sword dripping with the remnants of what had been. And in that silence, I felt the universe expand, a vast, ungraspable thing, where dreams were woven with nightmares, and heroes bore the scars of what they had become. "What have we done?" I whispered, the question hanging in the air, unanswered, as the shadows began to stir once more, hinting that the story was far from over. The air crackled with tension, a thick blanket of anticipation that choked the breath from the throat of the world. It was twilight, and the shadows of the trees growled long and hungry, whispering secrets only Athena could hear. Her gaze, sharp as the wing of a hawk, cut through the darkness. Each flicker of her eyelids was a clash of swords in the echoes of Olympus. She could feel it, a tremor beneath the surface, the pulse of fate urging her onward, even as the weight of destiny threatened to crush her spirit. Heracles stood before the crumbling gates of Nemea, a titan among men, his brawn a tapestry of scars and sinew. He was a king without a crown, a hero bearing the burden of his own existence, grappling with the ghosts of past failures that clung to him like a shroud. The lion's roar echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder that even the mightiest could fall. His heart thundered in his chest, a drumbeat of fear and determination that set the rhythm of his breath. He was a warrior, yes, but he was also a man, fractured and vulnerable. "I remember," he whispered, the words scraping against the grit of his throat. "I remember the taste of defeat, the feeling of being nothing." It was a confession, raw and unvarnished, a glimpse into the soul of a man who had wrestled with gods and monsters alike, yet still found his greatest adversary lurking within. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, as he stepped into the den, shadows swallowing him whole. Athena felt the weight of his struggle like a stone lodged in her own chest. She was the goddess of wisdom, yet here she was, trapped in the web of indecision, haunted by the first labor that lay before them, an impossible task that would test not just Heracles' strength but his very essence. She had seen too much, felt too deeply. Her heart ached for him, a longing mingled with dread. She wanted to shield him from the ghosts of his past, to cradle his doubts in her divine hands, but fate had other designs, twisting the threads of their lives in ways neither could foresee. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice a low whisper that barely broke the silence. "The weight of expectation? It clings like ivy, relentless, suffocating." Her fingers trailed through the air, as if she could untangle the strands of fate that bound them. He turned, eyes fierce, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. "This is my chance, Athena. My chance to prove myself." But even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt danced behind his eyes, a haunting specter that whispered of failure. "What if I'm not enough?" "Enough for whom?" she shot back, the words sharp and stinging. "For the mortals? For the gods? You are here, aren't you? You breathe. You fight." Her voice softened, a balm against his turmoil. "But what of the battles that rage within? Are you ready to confront those?" Silence enveloped them, thick as fog, and for a moment, the world outside the lion's den faded into oblivion. The stars twinkled above, distant and uncaring, while the moon watched like a silent judge. They stood on the precipice of chaos, two souls wrestling with the weight of their own humanity. The air was heavy with unshed tears, the kind that lingered in the corners of the heart. Suddenly, the lion lunged, a blur of ferocity and muscle. Heracles reacted on instinct, a coiled spring of raw power unleashed. But in that split second, time fractured, memories cascaded like falling leaves. He saw himself as a child, laughter drowning out the chaos of life, a fleeting moment of innocence lost to the tides of fate. The moment passed, but the ache remained. The battle erupted. Each clash of claws against skin echoed like thunder, a brutal symphony of survival. Heracles roared, a primal sound that shook the very foundations of the earth, but the lion was relentless, a creature of nightmares. Every strike carved deeper into his flesh, a reminder that glory came at a cost, that victory was never free. Athena watched, heart racing, each strike resonating in her bones. She could feel the pulse of the universe around her, the very fabric of destiny woven into the struggles of this man before her. "You are the son of Zeus. You are more than flesh and blood," she cried, her voice a beacon of hope. But he was drowning, each blow stripping away his resolve. The lion was feral, a beast of unyielding strength, and in that moment, he was not just fighting for glory, he was battling the shadows of his own doubts, the relentless tide of despair that threatened to consume him. "I remember being strong," he shouted through gritted teeth, desperation clawing at his heart. "But where is that strength now?" And she felt it, a pulse, a connection that transcended the chaos. "You must find it," she urged, a trace of fear creeping into her voice. "Beneath the scars, beneath the pain, it's there. Reach for it." Their eyes locked in an electric moment, a shared heartbeat. Time distorted, reality warping around them. In that flicker, the lion fell. Heracles roared again, a sound of triumph blended with anguish, the relief washing over him in waves, yet he knew this was but the beginning. The first labor conquered, a flicker of light in a chasm of darkness. But as he stood there, the weight of the lion's carcass at his feet, he felt a new burden settle on his shoulders. Athena's eyes held something unspoken, a warning cloaked in shadows. "This was just one battle," she said, the gravity of her words sinking deep into his skin. "The world will demand more, far more." And as the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill crept into the air, a whisper of what was yet to come. The sky darkened, the stars blinked out, and in that silence, the echoes of their struggles lingered, a haunting melody that would follow them into the abyss. "Ready yourself, Heracles," she murmured, the weight of eternity pressing against them. The 12 labors await. In that moment, they were not just hero and goddess, they were two flawed beings entwined in a dance of destiny, each step leading them deeper into an abyss lined with the ghosts of their choices. The night breathed heavy, the cosmos watching, waiting. The end came without warning, a jolt that echoed through the fabric of reality, yet the story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The haunting notes of a lone flute pierce the quiet of a dimly lit theater, each sound a ghostly whisper that dances through the air, brushing against the skin of every spectator. A young woman stands center stage, her heart pounding like a war drum, her breath caught like fragile glass in her throat. Her name is Callista, and tonight, she will bleed truth into fiction, wrapping her soul around the words of a forgotten poet, a poet who once stood where she stands, trembling beneath the weight of Athena's gaze. "Tell me, what is the price of art?" she cries into the void, her voice raw, fraying at the edges like an ancient tapestry. The audience leans forward, breathless, wrapped in the tension of the moment, as if the very air is charged with the sparks of a million thoughts unvoiced. But Callista's eyes are fixed on the shadows that linger just beyond the stage lights, a darkness that feels almost sentient, poised to consume her. There's a fear in her that gnaws deeper than any creature of the night, the fear of failure, of betrayal, of the truth that art often demands a sacrifice. And then, from the wings, a figure emerges, his silhouette a cruel reminder of the past. It's Marcus, a playwright whose brilliance has crumbled under the weight of his own demons. His laughter, once a melody that filled the halls of creativity, now echoes like the mournful toll of a bell. You think your words will conquer the abyss, he mocks, his eyes glinting with an unsettling blend of envy and admiration. Callista shudders, feeling the sting of his skepticism like the edge of a blade. I remember the night spent scribbling in the dark, she whispers, almost to herself. The ink pooling like blood on the pages, my dreams twisting into nightmares. I remember the applause, the fleeting taste of validation. Does it matter if it's real? If it's true? She grips the edge of the wooden stage, a lifeline tethering her to hope. Each heartbeat against the wooden floorboards reverberates like the ticking of a clock, a relentless reminder that time is slipping, moments fading like smoke. But Marcus steps closer, his presence a storm cloud heavy with unshed rain. Art is not a game, Callista. It's not a pretty dress you slip into for a night. It's a beast that drags you into the depths, claws digging into your flesh. You will bleed. He leans in, voice low, each word laced with the bitter aftertaste of his own failed dreams. Can you wield that pain? Can you make it beautiful? The question hangs between them, a taut wire ready to snap. Callista's mind floods with memories, her mother's hushed lullabies, whispers of myths and gods, the stories that once danced like fireflies in her heart. But there's another memory, darker and more potent, of a night when she stood at the edge of a precipice, the world below cloaked in shadows, and she felt an ache so profound it threatened to swallow her whole. I remember, she begins, voice trembling. I remember the whispers in the dark, the shadows that wrapped around my heart like a noose. I remember staring into the void, wondering if it would stare back, if it would answer my pleas, or if it would just laugh. Marcus's eyes soften for the briefest moment, the flicker of understanding illuminating the chasm between them. You're not alone in this, Callista, he murmurs, vulnerability creeping into his tone. Art is a reflection, a mirror held to society, to the chaos within us. It is the blood of the people, the lifeblood of existence. Yet her heart, a fragile bird flapping against its cage, knows the truth. Nothing is easy, and every creation comes with a price. She thinks of the poets who bled ink for their words, the playwrights who sacrificed their sanity for the stage. But at what cost, Marcus, she pleads, desperation clawing at her insides. What if we lose ourselves in the process? The air thickens, expectations rising like storm clouds. Then it's a risk worth taking, he responds, voice dropping. If art can stir the soul, make the heart ache, if it can connect 1,000 lives with a single heartbeat, isn't that worth any price? As he speaks, Callista feels the weight of his conviction, a fire igniting within her. She recalls the countless times she wept over a blank page, the frustration of not being able to capture the fleeting beauty of a sunset, the raw, unfiltered emotions that pulsate just beneath the surface of her skin. I want to create something that matters, she whispers, a resolve solidifying like molten steel. But just as the moment swells with potential, the shadows shift, lurking just beyond the stage's edge. There's a presence, a reminder of the ghosts that haunt every artist. What if it's never enough, she asks, the admission cracking her voice. What if, in the end, my words, our words, are nothing but echoes in an empty room? In that heartbeat of silence, every breath hangs heavy with unsaid truths. The audience is a palpable entity, an entity that breathes along with them, as if they, too, are caught in this swirling tempest of emotion. For beneath the glamour, beneath the shimmering facade of the theatre, lies a stark reality. Art is a mercurial beast, a fickle muse that dances just out of reach. And in that moment of suspended disbelief, a whisper threads through the air, are you ready to confront the truth? It coils around Callista like a serpent, tightening its grip. She glances at Marcus, their shared struggle mirrored in the depth of his gaze, a silent agreement passing between them. They will not let the darkness consume them, they refuse to let the art die. Together, they step into the light, ready to face the storm. In this crucible of creation, where pain and beauty intertwine, they will forge a new narrative, one that honors the scars of the past and embraces the hope of the future. And as they embrace the chaos, the theater holds its breath, poised on the brink of transformation, as if the universe itself is leaning in, waiting to witness the birth of something extraordinary. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the dimly lit hall, reverberating like the beating heart of the ancient city outside. Shadows danced against the cracked stone walls, flickering just as the thoughts within my mind spiraled into chaos. There, in that hushed moment, Athena loomed larger than ever, her presence an invisible weight pressing down on the souls of those who sought her guidance. I could feel it, a pulsing energy, a reminder of the wisdom she bestowed, and the burdens that came with it. Ariadne stood across from me, her eyes ignited with desperation, and the tension coiled between us like a taut string, ready to snap. "You can't just walk away from this," she exclaimed, her voice a raw edge, cutting through the eerie silence. I knew she was right, the shadows of our choices loomed over us, whispering secrets we weren't ready to hear. The weight of Athena's legacy hung heavy in the air, as if she herself stood behind us, watching, waiting for us to act. I remember the day it all began. It was a sun-soaked afternoon, one of those golden days where time slips away, and worries fade like the last echoes of laughter. We were in the courtyard, surrounded by philosophers, warriors, and dreamers, each chasing their own understanding of wisdom. I had wandered too far into the labyrinth of ideas, lost in the undercurrents of thought, when I felt it, Athena's gaze piercing through the veil of the ordinary. "Seek truth, but know that truth can be a double-edged sword," her silence seemed to say, chilling my spine. I remember the way my heart raced that day. Reese, my closest friend, sat on a sun-worn stone, scribbling in his notebook, oblivious to the storm brewing within me. He was the embodiment of unwavering faith, his belief in the good of humanity a stark contrast to my spiraling doubts. "You're overthinking it," he'd chuckle, his hair tousled by the breeze, a boyish grin on his face. "Wisdom doesn't need to be so complicated." But for me, wisdom was a labyrinth, a twisted path fraught with thorns and echoes of past failures. "Every choice is a reflection of who we are," I murmured, feeling the ghosts of my decision swirl around us like mist. "What if we choose wrong?" Ariadne's hands trembled as she clenched them into fists, her frustration brimming over. "If you doubt your choices, you'll never move forward." Athena didn't become the goddess of wisdom by hiding in shadows. Her eyes were fierce, yet the fear behind them was palpable, a mirror of my own turmoil. We were both grappling with our ghosts, haunted by the choices that lingered like specters, refusing to let us go. And then there was the night we lost Reese. The darkness fell like a shroud, enveloping the city, but it was the loss that plunged us into the depths of despair. I remember how we had gathered, shadows of our former selves, trying to piece together the remnants of our shattered beliefs. "He was always so sure," Ariadne whispered, her voice cracking like brittle glass. "What if we were wrong about everything?" Doubt clawed at my insides, a ravenous beast lurking just beneath the surface, ready to consume us whole. I looked out into the night, the stars swirling above like distant memories, and felt the cold grip of hopelessness tighten around my heart. Athena should have been our guiding light, but in that moment, wisdom felt like a cruel joke, mocking us from the heavens. "Maybe wisdom isn't about knowing the answers," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe it's about learning to navigate the uncertainty." The weight of those words hung between us, charged with a mix of sorrow and revelation. But as dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, a shift took place. I could see it in Ariadne's eyes, the flicker of resolve ignited a fire that had long been dormant. "Then we must learn," she declared, her voice rising with newfound strength, echoing through the empty corridors of our hearts. "We must confront our fears, face the shadows." The city felt alive, the air thick with anticipation, as we stepped into the light. Athena's presence was palpable now, urging us forward, reminding us that wisdom isn't a destination, but a journey, one fraught with pain, growth, and unyielding courage. I remember the moment we stood before the gathering of thinkers, our voices trembling yet unyielding, hearts on display like raw wounds. Each word we spoke felt like a sacrificial offering, a testament to our growth and struggle. The philosophers listened, eyes wide, captivated not by our knowledge, but by the passion that surged through us like wildfire. And in that confrontation, I realized that we were not alone. Wisdom is an echo, bouncing off the walls of our experiences, shared through the ages. I could almost hear Athena's laughter, a soft breeze rustling through the trees, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. This is what it means to seek, I thought, a spark igniting within me. But every heartbeat was a reminder of what we had lost. Reese's absence was a hollow ache, a ghost we carried with us. And I felt the tension rise again, the shadows creeping up, whispering doubts that clung to the edges of my consciousness. As the gathering dispersed, Ariadne and I found ourselves alone once more, standing on the precipice of change. The night loomed ahead, thick with unspoken fears and the weight of our choices. But we had tasted the bittersweet flavor of resolve, and in that moment, I knew we would keep moving forward, even if the road twisted into darkness. Wisdom is a constant struggle, I said, feeling the tremor in my voice. But I refused to let fear dictate my path. And as we stepped into the night, I could feel Athena's influence wrapping around us, her wisdom beckoning us onward, into the unknown. So we walked, hand in hand, into the shadowy embrace of the city, ready to confront whatever awaited us, knowing that true wisdom was not an endpoint but a never-ending journey of discovery, a dance between light and darkness, doubt and belief, life and death. Each step pulsing with the echoes of the past, the whispers of Athena guiding us toward the horizon, where the sun would rise once more, illuminating the truth we had yet to find. In the shadows of a crumbling temple, the air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke the light. The moon hung like a silent witness, its pale glow illuminating the fragmented stonework, where the echoes of prayers once soared. I stood there, heart pounding, as whispers of forgotten rituals danced around me. Each thud in my chest was a reminder, time was slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, and the night had secrets sharp enough to cut. Minerva, fierce and unyielding, stood before me, her eyes piercing as if they could carve through the marrow of my soul. She was not the gentle goddess of wisdom, but a tempest raging against the constraints of a world that sought to bind her. Her armor glinted, a stark reminder of battles fought, shadows of warriors who fell for her honor, and yet here she was, torn between duty and desire, a goddess adopting a human guise, an imposing figure draped in the weight of her own legend. I could feel her struggle, it coursed through the air like an electric current, igniting a fiery contemplation. "Do you understand the price of wisdom?" she asked, her voice a low growl, a thunderstorm choreographed into words. There was a challenge in her tone, a stark reality, and I could only nod, swallowing the fear that threatened to choke me. I remembered the stories, the ones that crawled into my mind like shadows in the night, about Minerva, born from the head of Jupiter, a gift wrapped in enigma. But here she was, flesh and blood, grappling with choices that twisted like vines around her heart. Then there was Lucius, a soldier whose eyes carried the weight of 1,000 regrets. He was nothing without his sword, yet he felt more like a ghost, a wraith haunting the battlefields of his own failures. I saw the flicker of recognition in his gaze when Minerva turned to him, a glimmer of hope laced with desperation. He had fought for her, literally, in the muddy trenches of a war no one wanted to remember. But here, in this moment, he was stripped bare. "I never asked for this," he whispered, raw and ragged, the tremor in his voice betraying the shield he wore against the world. I felt the pull of their connection like an invisible thread, taut and trembling. Lucius was a reflection of Minerva's journey, a mirrored soul ensnared by the same struggles, both seeking something greater, something unspeakable in its aching completeness. I could almost taste the bitterness of unfulfilled desires, the longing that clung to their hearts like smoke. The temple stood silent as they faced each other, two wounded warriors on the brink of a reckoning. "Will you fight for me?" Minerva challenged, her voice rising, echoing off the stone walls, a battle cry that ignited the very air around us. The weight of destiny pressed down upon Lucius's shoulders, an invisible yoke crafted from the legends of old. He hesitated, and in that moment, the silence screamed. I held my breath, the tension palpable, almost suffocating. "I fought for you before," he confessed, the admission spilling from his lips like a broken dam. But every time, I lose myself. What if there's nothing left to save? The vulnerability in his eyes was a raw wound laid bare, a haunting glimpse into a soul tormented by the past, each scar telling a story of pain and sacrifice. Minerva's gaze softened, a flicker of the goddess interwoven with the human heart. Perhaps, she mused, it's not about saving but about understanding. The words hung in the air, heavy with emotion, as if the universe itself paused to consider their weight. In that moment, I felt the pulse of their shared struggle, a rhythmic dance of fear and hope. The clock of fate ticked away, the sound echoing, sharp and relentless, a countdown to the inevitable confrontation. Shadows stretched into the corners of the temple like hands reaching for salvation, while outside, the world spun on, oblivious to the tempest brewing within these hallowed walls. The night was alive with the scent of wet earth and iron, a prelude to what was to unfold. In the depths of my own mind, echoes of laughter intertwined with sorrow, memories flashing like lightning strikes, scenes of a soldier who once stood proud, of a goddess who felt the weight of the world. It was also absurdly beautiful, a tragic theater of the human condition, where every heartbeat became a drum roll for the climax that loomed ahead. Understand? Lucius repeated, as if the word held the power to shatter the chains binding him. Understanding has always eluded me. Each battle, each scar, comes with a price. And what if the cost is too high? That's the gamble, Minerva replied, fierce yet tender, the dichotomy of her nature shining through. To be human is to risk everything, to embrace the chaos. Her eyes gleamed with a light that could pierce through the darkest nights, illuminating the hidden parts of the heart. Time slipped away, and the tension rose, a living entity wrapping its tendrils around us. I could feel it, a suffocating awareness that destiny was not just a concept woven into the fabric of the cosmos, but a tangible force that thrummed through the air. I was caught in their tempest, and I couldn't look away. Outside, the city lay shrouded in a shroud of oblivion, unaware of the titans within. The stars blinked like distant thoughts, winking at the chaos below, while the shadows of the temple whispered secrets, ancient and profound. In that moment, I stood on the precipice of something monumental, with the world holding its breath, waiting for the release, the moment when they would leap into the unknown, hand in hand, a soldier and a goddess, bound by a shared fate, ready to face the abyss. And I, a mere observer, was irrevocably entwined in their story, a witness to the fury of their hearts, the quiet desperation of their souls, and the electrifying tension of a world on the brink of transformation. The air shimmered with possibilities, and I knew that whatever came next would echo through eternity. The clock struck midnight, a cold chime that echoed through the empty streets of Athens, where shadows danced like ghosts on crumbling marble. Athena's city, once vibrant, alive with the fervor of ideas and the clash of swords, now lay under a shroud of silence, as if the very essence of wisdom had been snuffed out. I felt it then, the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders, an oppressive force that gripped my heart. Lydia stood on the Acropolis, her hands trembling as she clutched the ancient stone railing. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the cool night air biting at her skin. She was searching for answers, for something, anything, to fill the gaping void left by her father's death, an unceremonious end to a life filled with stories of Athena, of courage, and of the inexorable tides of fate. I remember, she whispered to the stars, the way he spoke of her. A warrior, a protector. Why didn't she protect him? The bitterness wrapped around her like a shroud, thick and suffocating. On the darkened streets below, Marcus paced, his thoughts a chaotic storm. He had always been the skeptic, the one who chuckled at the tales of gods and heroes, but now, doubt twisted his insides like a knife. His sister had been taken, swept away by the shadows that lingered just beyond the lantern light. Was this Athena's legacy, he muttered bitterly to himself, a promise of protection, or a mockery of our faith? The irony was not lost on him, the philosopher reduced to asking questions with no answers, a man searching for meaning in a world that felt utterly devoid of it. Lydia's eyes darted toward him, a flicker of recognition igniting a spark of connection in the void. Marcus, she called out, her voice breaking through the night. Do you think she's watching us? Do you think she still cares? He turned, the shadows morphing his features into something haunted. Watching? Perhaps, he he replied, his voice low and heavy, but caring. That's a different story. Time felt fragile between them, a gossamer thread that threatened to snap under the weight of their grief. They stood at the precipice of despair, two souls entwined by loss, by a legacy that felt both sacred and damned. "Do you remember the stories?" Lydia asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "How she was born from the head of Zeus, fully armed, ready for battle. She was supposed to be the protector, not just of cities, but of hearts. What does that mean now?" Marcus dug his hands into his pockets, the chill seeping into his bones. "It means we're left to fend for ourselves, just like the rest of them, the ones who succumbed to the plague, the ones who were executed for their beliefs, or worse, the ones who dared to tread too close to the truth." There was a darkness in his words that enveloped Lydia, wrapping her tighter in her confusion and fear. A sudden gust of wind howled, sending a shiver down their spines as if the very air was a warning. It felt as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting, watching. The memories flooded Lydia's mind, moments of laughter and warmth, of her father's tales echoing through their humble abode, a simple life steeped in the mythos of the ancient world. "He said wisdom was the greatest gift," she muttered, the doubt creeping in. "If that's true, why do we feel so lost?" "Wisdom without action is useless," Marcus replied, his words cutting through the fog of despair. Athena was not just a deity but the embodiment of courage and strategy. But now, it feels like we're trapped in a game where the rules have changed. The tension crackled between them, thick and electric. There, on the precipice of despair, they felt the convergence of their fears and hopes, dreaming of a world where Athena's spirit still lived, not as a distant figure but as a force that could still ignite their hearts. Each heartbeat echoed the weight of the past, of the stories they had woven into their lives, and the fear that those stories might fade into obscurity. As they spoke, the shadows began to stir. A figure, cloaked in darkness, part ghost, part nightmare, emerged from the depths of the alley. It was a reminder of the fragility that hung over them like a noose. The air thickened, each breath a battle against the impending confrontation. They could feel it, the pulse of uncertainty, the sharp edge of fear that cut deeper than any sword. "Is that her?" Lydia's voice trembled, eyes wide with terror and awe as they moved closer together, finding solace in shared vulnerability. "Or perhaps the very thing she warned us about," Marcus replied, taking a step forward, the fear coiling tight in his chest but giving way to something more primal, a surge of courage. "But we can't let it consume us. She taught us to fight." And as they stood united, two souls against the darkness, Athena's legacy began to pulse through their veins, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. They were not merely lost children of a forgotten era, they were the torchbearers of a story that refused to end, a narrative woven into the very fabric of Western civilization. The clock struck again, the echoes reverberating through the night as it marked not just the passing of time but the call to action, to rise from the ashes of despair and shape their destinies. In the distance, the city murmured, alive with the ghosts of thinkers and warriors who had come before, urging Lydia and Marcus onward into the unknown. And as they stepped toward the figure cloaked in darkness, they felt the weight of generations pushing them forward, a legacy that demanded to be honored. They were not alone. The stories would live on, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, igniting the fire of courage and fortitude that would never extinguish. In the dim, flickering light of the ancient gallery, shadows writhe on the stone walls, whispering secrets of forgotten times. The air is thick, a mixture of dust and desperation, as if each breath carries the weight of 1,000 lost souls. I remember the first time I stood before the statue of Athena, her gaze piercing, her presence a thunderstorm of intellect and power. She looms large, a titan draped in the elegance of the ages, yet her eyes reflect a haunting sorrow, an ache for the world's lost wisdom. I remember the chill that swept through me, haunting and beautiful, like the first drop of rain before a storm. I felt the pulse of ancient Greece in my veins, the fierce battles and the bitter struggles, echoing like a drumbeat in my heart. But the gallery was not just a place of art, it was a battlefield of emotions. Here stood Eleanor, a passionate curator, her hands trembling as she adjusted the velvet rope separating the past from the present. A woman who had dedicated her life to preserving the legacy of the goddess, yet carried her own burden, the weight of her mother's expectations, the crushing reality of her shattered dreams. Why can't you be more like Athena? Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, a spectre that taunted her, a ghost that refused to fade. Eleanor's eyes, pools of longing, darted to the statue. Was Athena truly the embodiment of perfection, or just a reminder of Eleanor's own flaws? She pressed a hand to her chest, as if to stir the silence, to shake off the suffocating cloak of expectation. In the corner of the room, Marcus stood, the artist, a man haunted by his own creations. He poured his soul into his work, sculpting Athena in a way that transformed her from marble to flesh, breathing life into her strength and vulnerability. But with every chisel stroke, his heart bled, the memories of a lost love, a woman who had been his muse, now nothing more than a haunting whisper in his mind. He caught Eleanor's eye, the unsaid tension between them crackled in the air, electric and raw. Each heartbeat was a question, each glance an answer they feared to confront. "Do you think she watches us?" Eleanor asked, her voice barely a whisper, the words hanging like mist in the air. All those versions of her, each one a reflection of our fears and dreams. Marcus turned, his brow furrowed, as if he were deciphering a riddle. "Athena is a mirror," he replied, voice low and gravelly. "She shows us what we want to see, what we need to confront." He stepped closer, the faint scent of linseed oil lingering on him, a reminder of midnight struggles and quiet triumphs. In that moment, the room spun, and the shadows deepened. The canvases around them, paintings of Athena in battle, Athena in wisdom, Athena in solitude, swirled like ghosts, each one alive with the pulse of its creator. They were the embodiment of raw emotion, yet they echoed a profound loneliness. Each artist had poured their heart into Athena, yet none had captured her essence completely. Eleanor's voice broke through the fog. "Why do we turn to her?" The question hung in the air, heavy and laden. "Why does she represent strength when we're all so weak?" "Because she's flawed," Marcus replied, his eyes searching hers, desperate to bridge the chasm between them. "She embodies the struggle of being human, wisdom marred by doubt, strength weighed down by vulnerability. It's the juxtaposition that makes her real." Suddenly, the lights flickered, plunging them into darkness for a heartbeat before bursting back to life. The statue of Athena loomed larger than ever, her expression shifting in the shadows, a subtle reminder that she was always watching, always judging. I felt the air crackle with tension, the unspoken word swirling like a tempest between the two, wrapping around them like a shroud. In that charged silence, Eleanor stepped forward, her heart racing, an unquenchable fire igniting within her. What if we could paint her differently? What if we showed the world her doubts, her fears? The words tumbled out, raw and unrefined, spilling like ink on a canvas. What if we made her human? Marcus's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding igniting in the depths. To expose her flaws, that's a terrifying thought. Is it? Eleanor challenged, stepping closer, her breath hitching. Or is it the most liberating? And then, the moment hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of revelation, as the clock ticked ominously in the background, a heartbeat of time slipping through their fingers. Each tick echoed their unresolved tension, each task a reminder of what lay ahead. The air thickened, the shadows deepened, and I felt it, the suffocating weight of unfulfilled dreams, buried regrets, and the daring hope for transformation. As they faced each other, ghosts of their pasts whispered in the corners, shadows flickering ominously, threatening to consume them both. Yet the heat between them was undeniable, a fire born from shared understanding and the raw vulnerability of being human. For a moment, the world outside ceased to exist. The whispers of history danced around them, echoing the ancient stories of Athena. They were immersed in a kaleidoscope of past and present, a reflection of their struggles, their desires, their fears. The gallery pulsed, alive with the energy of artistic representation, each frame a doorway to the myriad interpretations of Athena throughout time, a tapestry woven from both divinity and humanity. The moment stretched, seconds morphing into an eternity, where time held its breath. A confrontation loomed, not just with each other but with their own demons, a reckoning that could redefine everything they had ever known. I remember the tension, the moment ripe with potential, as if the very fabric of the universe was waiting for their choice to unfold. The shadows danced, the air shimmered with the weight of unspoken words, and in that gallery, Athena was more than a statue, she was a living force, a testament to the struggle of existence, a mirror reflecting the depths of the human soul. And as the clock ticked on, I felt the anticipation swell like a tidal wave, ready to crash against the shore of their lives, forever changing the landscape of their hearts and the legacy of the goddess they both revered and feared. A shattering scream pierced the suffocating silence of the dimly lit chamber. It reverberated against the cold stone walls, a desperate cry echoing through time, pulling together the threads of lives entwined with the goddess of wisdom. I was there, heart pounding, breath hitching, as shadows danced around me, flickering in the flickering torchlight, in a space filled with the weight of history and the scent of something ancient and forgotten. Carina, eyes wide with terror, clutched a worn scroll, the parchment trembling in her hands. "What if she finds us?" Her voice quivered, a fragile whisper shattering the stillness. Each syllable hung in the air like a pendulum, swinging back and forth between hope and despair. Instinctively, I looked at the door, half closed, as if it held secrets too powerful for the outside world. The echoes of the past reverberated in my mind, Athena's fierce gaze, her wisdom cutting through the chaos like a sword. But here, in this moment, fear surged, a tide threatening to drown us both. And there was Leo, his face pale as the moonlight flooding through the cracks. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed defensively, his heart a storm raging beneath that facade. "You think we're the only ones," he spat, anger lacing his words with a bitter edge. His turmoil was raw, palpable, like a wound refusing to heal. Memories of his father's tales, of Athena's power and grace, clashed with the reality of our predicament. The stories promised safety and guidance, yet here we were, trembling in the dark, the weight of the world pressing down on our shoulders. I remember the first time I read about Athena in the dusty tome, the ink barely legible, her wisdom illuminating the pages, shimmering like starlight on an endless night. I remember the warmth of that knowledge, how it wrapped around me, a cloak of comfort. But now, standing alongside Carina and Leo, that knowledge felt like a cruel joke. Wisdom was nowhere to be found, replaced by the cold grip of fear. The scroll slipped from Carina's fingers, fluttering to the ground. It danced, a desperate leaf caught in a tempest, revealing fragmented lines etched in an ancient hand. "The city will fall," I read, the words heavy like lead in the air. "Beware the shadows of your past." My throat tightened. What did that mean? Were we merely pawns in a game orchestrated by unseen forces? Athena was a protector, a beacon in the storm, yet here we were, lost in the labyrinth of our own making. "Do you think she watches us?" Carina's voice trembled again, eyes darting toward the door as if expecting Athena herself to stride through, cloaked in divine wrath. I wanted to reassure her, to weave a tapestry of hope, but the truth gripped me, a vice around my heart. Athena was fierce, but she was also merciless. She demanded justice, and justice could be devastating. Leo stepped closer, his anger boiling beneath the surface, a tempest threatening to erupt. "It's our fault," he said, the words slicing through the tension like a knife. "We dug too deep, poked our noses where they didn't belong." His eyes were fierce, but the pain behind them was unmistakable. The burden of his choice weighed heavily, the realization that knowledge could be a double-edged sword. I could see the ghosts of doubt flickering in his gaze, a haunting reflection of the impossible choices we all faced. "Then we find a way to fix it," I urged, desperate to defy the despair wrapping around us like a shroud. "Athena might not be here, but we can still honor her." The words felt weak against the enormity of our situation, but I clung to them like a lifeline. The shadows around us seemed to pulse, hungry for our fear, but I refused to let them consume me. Carina's breath caught, and for a moment, the world held its breath with us. But what if she's lost faith? Her voice cracked, and her vulnerability cut through the chaos like a beacon of truth. The question hung in the air, a lingering specter that wrapped itself around our hearts. What if Athena, the embodiment of wisdom, looked upon us and saw only folly? I staggered under the weight of that thought, memories swirling like leaves caught in a tempest. The stories of her fierce protection, of heroes forged in her image, now felt distant, like echoes fading into an abyss. "We can't lose hope," I whispered, but the words felt like a prayer, fragile and trembling, barely clinging to life. Then, the door creaked, a slow, deliberate sound that reverberated through the room like a heartbeat. We froze, our breaths hitching, as shadows pulled ominously at the threshold. An unseen force pressed against us, a weight that made it difficult to breathe. I could feel Karina's fingers tighten around mine, her fear mingling with my own. Leo's anger flared, a defiance against the encroaching darkness. "Show yourself," he shouted, his voice a battle cry that echoed into the unknown. I wanted to scream too, to summon every ounce of courage and challenge the shadows that threatened to engulf us. But the air crackled with anticipation, electric, alive. Something was about to break. In that moment, silence fell, a heavy blanket that pulled at our hearts. The shadows danced, and I could almost feel Athena's presence lingering, watching, waiting. Would she protect us? Would she condemn us? The uncertainty clawed at my insides, a reminder that wisdom was born from knowing both sides, the light and the dark, the choice and the consequence. Just as I felt the weight of despair settle in, a flicker of light broke through the oppressive darkness, a single point illuminating the void. It ignited something deep within me, a spark of hope against the encroaching emptiness. In that split second, I understood, Athena had not abandoned us, she was there, intertwined with our fates, in every choice we made, in every fear we faced. With a breath that felt sacred, I turned, ready to confront whatever lay behind the door. Hearts raced, palms sweaty, the air thick with anticipation. The confrontation was inevitable, a collision of dreams and nightmares, and I knew we had to face it together. The shadows whispered secrets, beckoning us closer, but we would not falter. The moment was upon us, a precipice from which we could either leap into the unknown or retreat into the shadows. Together, I said, the word a promise, a commitment to face the storm. I could feel the thrum of our hearts in unison, a pulse that echoed through time, binding us, forging a connection even the darkness could not sever. And so we stood, poised on the edge of revelation, Athena's past entwined with our present, waiting for the moment that would change everything. The air crackled with possibilities, and as the door creaked open, we were ready to confront the shadows, ready to embrace the wisdom hidden within the chaos. Thunder cracked through the suffocating gloom of the evening sky, echoes vibrating like a frantic heartbeat in the air, a warning, an omen. I stood in the shadow of the great stone temple, the faint scent of burnt offerings curling around me like a ghostly whisper, a reminder of sacrifices made, prayers uttered. In that moment, I was a mere spectator to the chaos unfolding at the foot of Athena's statue, her marble eyes gleaming with an otherworldly resolve, witnessing the struggles of the women gathered in defiance, yet trembling with vulnerability. Marina was at the forefront, her fists clenched, the raw, jagged edges of her spirit cutting through the thick silence. "No more," she called, her voice a siren, a battle cry that shattered the oppressive quiet, resonating with the urgency of 1,000 beating hearts. I remember how the wind carried her words, twisting them around us like a woven tapestry. I remember the way her eyes burned, fierce and unyielding, igniting a flicker of courage in those who stood by her side. Across the square, a woman named Lila leaned against the cool stone, her breath hitching in her throat. I could see the tremors rippling through her, a delicate flower caught in the storm of the moment. She had come here burdened, haunted by her own history, every bruise a story, every scar a testament to battles fought in silence. "Athena, give me strength," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising tide of fervor, her eyes darting to the pedestal where the goddess loomed, a silent sentinel. The air felt electric, thick with desperation and hope. I felt the weight of every unspoken word hovering around us, a palpable force. It clung to the skin, sticky like hot summer nights, suffocating yet exhilarating. I remember, Lila exhaled softly, recalling the times she had been silenced, the moments when her voice was snuffed out like a candle, leaving her in darkness. I remember the day he told me I wouldn't amount to anything. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, each droplet a memory, a fight, a survival. Marina stepped closer, her presence radiant, a beacon of conviction. "We are not the whispers that fade into the shadows," she declared, arms wide as if to embrace the very essence of Athena herself. "We are the roars that shake the ground." The crowd around her surged, a wave of souls intertwined, crashing in waves of fervor and fury, their hearts beating as one, harmonizing with the rhythm of a world that had long forgotten the power of women. I remember the cold stone beneath my fingertips, the sharp edges of reality pressing against the comfort of dreams. What if we fail? Lila's voice trembled, a fragile thread in the storm, but in that moment, Marina turned, her fierce gaze piercing through the fog of doubt. What if we fly? She countered, and the world shifted. The atmosphere crackled, a cosmic shift, a call to arms that transcended time and space. The statue of Athena stood tall, a ghost in the night, her presence both intimidating and comforting. I imagined her watching, not with judgment, but with understanding, a mother figure, a sister, the embodiment of resilience. Women have fought for generations, I murmured to myself, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a heavy cloak. They have been warriors, scholars, leaders. They were never meant to be shadows. Suddenly, the air thickened with tension as a group of figures emerged from the darkness, men clad in uniforms that glinted ominously under the flickering streetlights. They advanced like a storm, thunderous footsteps echoing against the cobblestones, a tangible reminder of the very oppression we were challenging. I could see the fear flickering in Lila's eyes, but Marina stood resolute, her spirit unyielding. "Stand your ground!" Marina shouted, voice slicing through the tension like a blade. "Athena is with us!" A collective breath held tightly within us, weaving a tapestry of strength, resolve, and courage. The men halted, confusion dancing in their eyes, and for a brief, dizzying moment, time seemed suspended, a fragile thread pulled taut between fear and empowerment. I remember the stories of women who stood against giants, I whispered, half to myself, half to the world around me. The myths that were once our lullabies. Lila's gaze found mine, and in that moment, her vulnerability transformed into an ember, igniting a fire within me. "We are more than our pain," she breathed, her voice gaining strength, unfurling like a flag in the wind. The confrontation loomed, thick and heavy, but beneath the exterior grew a pulse of defiance, the promise of something greater. I felt it coursing through me, an ancestral strength, a legacy that reached back through time, through pain and triumph. "We are Athena's daughters," Marina declared, her voice rising, a clarion call that echoed through the ages, pulling on threads of history weaved with resilience and rebellion. The men hesitated, uncertainty bubbling beneath their bravado, and the air shifted again, the shadows of doubt creeping into their hearts. I could feel it, the fragile line between fear and bravery, a bridge we were being dared to cross. Lila stepped forward, her voice rising to join Marina's. "We will not be silenced," she cried, and the ground shook beneath the weight of our collective resolve. And then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, I saw it, the glimmer in the eyes of those around me, a shared understanding that we were part of something monumental, something that transcended our individual struggles. We were a chorus, harmonizing in defiance, fueled by the spirit of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war, and courage. As the confrontation reached its peak, a haunting silence fell over us, thick with anticipation. I could almost see the threads connecting us, women across time, across the cosmos, standing shoulder to shoulder, their voices entwined in a symphony of empowerment. I had glimpsed the raw, untamed power of the feminine spirit, ignited not by rage, but by love, by history, by the undying desire for justice. The moment hung in the air, electric, alive with potential. I could feel every heartbeat, every breath, a reminder that we are not alone, that this fight for empowerment is woven into the very fabric of our existence. And in that space, beneath the watchful gaze of Athena, I understood, this was not merely a gathering, it was a resurrection. A promise that feminism, like the goddess herself, would rise again and again, fierce and unrelenting, against the tides of oppression. And so we stood, unyielding, our voices a tempest ready to echo across the ages. The story didn't end, it pulsed, it surged, it was alive, echoing into the uncertain night, a promise of battles still to come, of shadows yet to be faced. The battlefield lay beneath a heavy shroud of twilight, a suffocating silence enveloping the remnants of what had been. The air buzzed with an unearthly tension, a palpable energy that crept beneath the skin. A single crow cawed, its voice sharp and startling, cutting through the heavy stillness like a shard of glass. I was there, my heart pounding in rhythm with the distant echoes of battle, each thrum a reminder of choices made, lives lost, and the heavy burden of power that lingers in the shadow of victory. I remember the smell, burnt earth mingling with the metallic tang of blood, a cocktail of destruction that lured the senses into a false sense of security, as if you could take a breath without inhaling despair. In the chaos stood Athena, her armor glimmering faintly in the dying light, a figure both divine and terrifying, embodying the fine line between warfare and peace. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, scanned the horizon, searching for a glimmer of hope amongst the fractured remnants of humanity. And then there was Lysander, a soldier forged in the fires of conflict. He cradled a sword so heavy with blood it seemed to whisper secrets of the fallen. I could see it in his eyes, a tempest of regret, a longing for the peace he had sworn to protect yet seemed forever out of reach. Athena, he pleaded, voice raw and trembling, is there no way to end this madness? His words hung in the air, thick like fog, heavy with despair. Madness, she echoed, her voice steady, almost cold. Madness is the only clarity here, Lysander. Do you not see? It thrives in the heart of men, in the shadows we chase. With every word, she drew closer to him, and I could feel the intensity of their connection, a bond forged in the fires of war yet frayed by the scars it imposed. She had led them here, to this moment of reckoning, where the choices of the past cast long shadows over their souls. The city behind them lay in ruins, a ghost of its former self. The walls, once vibrant, now stood crumbling, a testament to hubris and folly. I could hear the whispers of the ghosts of those who had perished, their cries weaving through the cracks in the stone, pleading for vengeance or mercy. What is the price we pay for peace? Lysander's voice trembled, echoing the question that reverberated in the heart of every soldier, every leader, every soul touched by the hand of war. Athena's gaze softened, just for a moment. Peace is not the absence of war, Lysander, she murmured, her voice like a lullaby laced with sorrow. It is the courage to face our demons, to hold the weight of our past without letting it crush us. Her words dripped with a weight that felt insurmountable, and yet there was beauty in her resolve, a fire that burned bright against the encroaching darkness. I remember the moments that followed, the way they stood there, two figures defined by conflict yet yearning for understanding. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder of the time slipping away, the impending confrontation that loomed like a storm on the horizon. The weight of their emotions, raw and unfiltered, hung thicker than the smoke rising from the remnants of their past battles. Every life taken is a life we must reckon with, Lysander whispered, almost to himself, a mantra drowning in the tide of guilt. The shadows around them thickened, whispering secrets only they could hear. Shadows of those they had lost, specters haunting their thoughts, urging them toward the precipice of a decision that could alter the course of their fate. I could almost feel the ground shift beneath us, a tremor of inevitability, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the collision of their choices. Just then, a distant rumble echoed from the horizon, a foreboding reminder that peace was not a gentle embrace but a fierce battle, and the war was far from over. Will you fight for peace, even if it means facing your own reflection in the ashes? Athena challenged, her voice a whip crack against the backdrop of despair. The question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, pressing down like a weight on their souls. Yes, Lysander replied, voice unwavering, yet the tremor betrayed his uncertainty. But at what cost? His hands clenched around the hilt of his sword, knuckles whitening as he wrestled with the reality of what lay ahead. The struggle within him mirrored the chaos outside, a tempest of conflicting emotions, duty battling desire, love clashing with loss. I remember the silence that followed, a moment suspended in time, as they both understood the fragility of their resolve. The flicker of their unspoken fears mingled with unbridled hope, an intoxicating cocktail that could either lead them to triumph or shatter everything they held dear. Together, we can find a way, Athena breathed, the fire of conviction igniting within her. But only if we embrace the struggle, our past, our flaws, the darkness that binds us. We must wield it, not let it wield us. The intensity of her gaze bore into his, a challenge, a spark of something greater. And as the shadows lengthened, the city whispered its secrets. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their choice. They stood on the verge of a confrontation only they could face, a clash of ideals, the collision of dreams and nightmares, the balance of warfare and peace suspended in the twilight. I could feel time unraveling around them, a clock ticking down to the inevitable. In that moment, as the first stars pricked the darkening sky, I realized that each heartbeat echoed the clash of their souls, a reminder that the battle was not just outside, but within, an epic war waged between the desire for peace and the haunting specter of conflict. They were warriors, yes, but also dreamers, striving for a future that still held promise amid the chaos. And just like that, the moment shifted, the tension coiling tighter, preparing to spring into the next act of a story long written in the stars, a dance of war and peace that would echo through the ages, unyielding, relentless, until the final curtain fell. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and despair as the last flicker of a dying candle sputtered against the shadows, a heartbeat away from extinguishing itself entirely. In the dimness of the ancient temple, once resplendent with offerings to Athena, the quiet clamor of faith had withered into an unsettling silence. I stood there, heart throbbing in my chest like a war drum, as if the very walls mourned their own obsolescence. The marble statues, once proud guardians of wisdom and war, now seemed to weep, their features dulled by neglect and human indifference. In the corner, Helena crouched by the altar, her fingers trembling over the remnants of burnt incense, once a fragrant offering, now ash, just like the echoes of prayers that had long since faded. "What have we lost?" she whispered, her voice breaking like glass, piercing the stillness. I could hear it, the haunting echo of every lost moment, every disregarded prayer, the fading whispers of a goddess who had once molded the very fabric of their lives. "Everything," I replied, feeling the weight of history pressing down on us. There was a time when Athena's wisdom was a guiding star, illuminating the minds of scholars and warriors alike. How deliciously ironic that now, in the fervor of a new faith, she lay forgotten, a mere spectre trapped in the cobwebs of memory. And there was Marcus, his brow furrowed, grappling with the chaos of change. The flickering shadows danced across his face, revealing the conflict within, a man torn between tradition and the undeniable allure of the new faith that offered a promise, however hollow, of salvation. "You can't believe in a goddess," he said, desperation threading through his words. "Not anymore. This is what we are now." His hand gestured toward the crucifix that had replaced the offerings of olive branches and honey, a stark reminder that the world was shifting beneath our feet. "Believe," I gasped, choking on the irony. What is belief without reverence? What is a heart without its pulse? I could feel the walls beginning to echo our anguish, the very stones quaking as if resonating with our grief. We were all specters here, suspended in a moment of time where the old world clashed violently with the dawn of the new, each of us clinging to our own beliefs like shipwrecked sailors on a tumultuous sea. Helena's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But what if we are wrong? What if God's light eclipses her? A shiver ran through me, a chill that wrapped around my spine like the fingers of death itself. The question lingered, heavy and oppressive, like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. "Maybe it's not about being right or wrong," I whispered, my voice barely a thread in the tapestry of despair that surrounded us. "Maybe it's about what we choose to hold onto." The weight of my own words was like lead in my stomach. I was trying to justify the inexplicable, to make sense of a loss that felt like a wound, raw and festering, refusing to heal. Marcus stepped closer, the tension crackling like dry kindling ready to ignite. "What do you want, then? Do you want to pray to stone?" His voice was laced with bitterness, and I felt the sting of truth in that challenge. "What has the goddess done for us, for you?" "Nothing but make us ghosts in our own lives." The accusation hung in the air, sharp and biting. But I couldn't let go. I couldn't ignore the memories that flooded my mind like a tide, relentless and overwhelming. I remember the stories told by firelight, the glint of wisdom in her eyes. I remember the strength she gave to those who were afraid to fight. Each recollection was a knife to my heart, a testament to a world where gods walked among men, where faith was a living thing. Yet now we are left with only echoes, Helena murmured, her voice trembling, as if she feared the words might summon something dark. "The world has changed. We must change with it." She turned from us, her back a fragile barrier against the inevitability that loomed. Silence swallowed her words, thick and suffocating, but in that quiet, I sensed the presence of something ancient, something powerful lingering just outside the edge of our perception. The remnants of worship hung in the air, a spectral symphony of longing. Do you feel it? I whispered, afraid to disturb the silence that seemed alive with possibility, an electric current threading through the air. She's still here, in the cracks of these stones, in the hearts of those who cared enough to remember. Or maybe she's gone, just like the rest of us, Marcus replied, his voice a low growl, laced with a bitterness that echoed my own fears. We're just clinging to a myth, a hollow memory that no longer serves us. Look around, this is the new age. We must embrace it. But embrace what? I wanted to scream. Embrace oblivion? I felt a surge of anger bubbling beneath the surface, raw and unfiltered. And what if we lose ourselves in the process? What if in our quest for the new, we bury what made us human? Helena turned back, her eyes aflame with resolve. Then we risk becoming nothing more than shadows, haunting the very places we loved. The intensity of her words struck me, each syllable igniting a fire in my veins. As the shadows deepened and the candle flickered one last time, I felt the weight of our choices looming, heavy and unyielding. The past and the present collided, a moment suspended in time, where the echoes of a goddess cried out for recognition, a plea for remembrance. The air crackled with tension, the final flicker of the candle extinguishing into darkness, leaving us adrift in a void where worship and apathy wrestled, and the weight of our decisions hung like a noose around our necks. In that silence, the shadows seemed to pulse with life, whispering forgotten secrets and unfulfilled desires. This was not the end, oh no, it was merely the beginning of something far more profound, a turning point where faith twisted and morphed into something unrecognizable, where we remained suspended between a past we could not reclaim and a future we were yet to understand. The clock ticks ominously in the dimly lit room, echoing with the weight of secrets and the shadows of forgotten dreams. A single beam of moonlight slices through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the dust particles swirling like lost souls in a silent battle for attention. I can feel it, the tension thrumming in the air, a live wire begging to be touched. Outside, the city breathes, unaware of the turmoil contained within these four walls, where the ghosts of ancient wisdom whisper through the cracks, demanding to be acknowledged. Lena stands at the window, her fingers trembling against the glass. The skyline is a jagged silhouette against the night sky, and she sees not beauty but betrayal. She remembers the way her mother used to tell her stories of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, the warrior born from the brain of Zeus. She was fierce, her mother would say, echoing a fervor that once filled Lena's heart with hope. Hope that had long been choked by the harsh reality of her own life. Betrayed by those she loved, caught in a web spun with the threads of lies and pain. I remember, she whispers to herself, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer. I remember the stories, Mom. I remember Athena. But memory is a cruel mistress. The goddess that once inspired her now feels like a distant spectre, a flicker of light extinguished by the weight of expectations and failures. On the other side of the room, Marcus paces like a caged lion, every muscle taut with anxiety. His eyes dart to the door, the walls, and finally to Lena, who looks like she might shatter at any moment. We can't let this happen, Lena, he pleads, his voice breaking, raw and desperate. We can't let them take her away from us. We're all she has left. His heart races, each beat a reminder of the stakes they face. The girl they both love, the one who embodies Athena's spirit, is trapped in a world that refuses to understand her, a world that has deemed her different, dangerous. What do you want me to do? Lena snaps, anger flaring, igniting something deep within her. Do you want me to don a breastplate and wield a sword? Because I can't, Marcus. I can't fight this battle. Tears spill down her cheeks, and she wipes them away violently, as if to erase the very vulnerability that makes her human. She feels lost in the chaos of her emotions, like a ship tossed in a storm, desperately seeking land but finding only desolation. Marcus takes a step forward, his eyes blazing with determination. You're not alone in this. You are the embodiment of everything she stood for. You have the strength, the wisdom, strength, she scoffs, laughter imbued with bitterness. What strength do I have when they see me as a freak? You think I can summon the courage of a goddess? All I feel is the weight of doubt crushing me. The clock ticks on, relentless. Each second a reminder of their dwindling time, each heartbeat a testament to their fear. Outside, the city sleeps, but within these walls, the battle rages. In the darkness, a soft voice rises as if conjured by fate itself. You're not alone, you know. It's Rebecca, the girl whose laughter haunts the corners of their memories, a shimmering light in their murky existence. She stands in the doorway, framed by shadows, her presence an ethereal glow. I'm here. We're all here for you. Lena's breath hitches, a mixture of longing and dread. But what if I fail? What if I can't be brave like Athena? Rebecca steps closer, her own vulnerability laid bare. We're all afraid. But maybe that's what makes us human. It's okay to admit that you don't have all the answers. Athena felt fear too. She faced it head on. The room grows silent, a charged stillness, as if the universe is holding its breath. Lena's heart races, contemplating the weight of those words. Maybe she doesn't need to be a goddess. After all, perhaps she just needs to be herself, flawed and real. Let's teach them who she really is, Marcus whispers, the fervor returning to his voice, lighting a fire in Lena's heart. Let's show them that strength isn't just swords and shields, but also vulnerability. Let's be the warriors she would have wanted us to be. With every word, the air thickens, electric with potential. Lena's mind spins, memories flooding back, her mother's stories of Athena battling monstrous foes, but also her wisdom guiding the lost. I remember, she murmurs, letting the memories wash over her. I remember the strength in her spirit, the compassion in her heart. They share a glance, a silent pact forging between them. In that moment, Lena realizes that perhaps they can redefine what it means to embody Athena. They can take the tales and weave them with their own truth, creating a narrative that resonates with their pain, their joy, and their humanity. They can paint their version of Athena, not as a distant, untouchable figure, but as a living, breathing force, someone who stumbles yet rises, who fears yet fights, who cries yet stands tall. They can transform the stories of old, bringing them crashing into the present where they belong, breathing life into the myths that have shaped them. And as they prepare to step into the world beyond the safety of these walls, the moonlight casts long shadows, reminding them that darkness is merely a canvas. They will fill it with the colors of their truth, their struggles, and their triumphs, until the night is alive with the echoes of their voices, resonating through time like a battle cry, a call to arms, a declaration of who they are. Outside, the city stirs, they can hear the distant sirens, the hum of life. With every step toward the door, they take with them the essence of Athena, the wisdom, the courage, the defiance. And as they cross the threshold, the air crackles with the promise of what is to come. The fight is only beginning, but in their hearts, they carry the light of the goddess, guiding them through the shadows. Time slips away like sand through fingers, and the tension remains, a taut line ready to snap, begging for release. The night stretches on, heavy with anticipation, whispering secrets into the void, as if to say, this is just the beginning. The clock struck midnight, a cruel reminder of the hours slipping through fingers like sand. Outside, the city lay draped in shadows, its heartbeat a distant thrum beneath the weight of the darkened sky. Inside an old library, dust motes danced in the thin beam of a flickering bulb, illuminating pages yellowed with time. I stood there, my heart pounding, facing a riddle that had haunted me for years, the legacy of Athena. The air was thick with the scent of forgotten knowledge, and with every breath, I could feel it closing in, a silent predator stalking my life. Emma was there too, her sharp exhale echoing my own unease. She was a walking contradiction, brilliant yet broken, driven yet lost. Her fingers, stained with ink and frustration, traced ancient texts that whispered stories of power and wisdom. What do we do? She murmured, her voice trembling, a fragile thing in the face of the unknown. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, like candle flames threatening to extinguish. The weight of her gaze anchored me, and in that moment, I knew we were both drowning, her in her fear of mediocrity, me in my desperate need for validation. Maybe we don't, I replied, my voice barely a whisper, betraying a truth that clawed at my insides. It was a coward's response, but it rang with a desperate honesty that felt electric. I remember the countless nights spent poring over those dusty tomes, searching for answers, only to find more questions. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, had been a guiding light, yet her shadows loomed larger than her brilliance, engulfing us in their darkness. Suddenly, the door creaked open, a sound that sliced through the tension like a knife. Marcus stepped in, his presence a storm of chaotic energy. He was the wild card, a tempest of emotion and intellect, always teetering on the edge of brilliance and madness. "You think you can just sit here and wait for answers?" he spat, his voice gravelly with urgency. "Wisdom doesn't just fall into your lap. You have to fight for it." His words hung in the air, charged with an intensity that threatened to ignite a fire we'd been too afraid to stoke. I could see the raw desperation in his eyes, as if he were wrestling with demons that demanded sacrifice. He was right, of course. I remembered the way Athena had emerged from Zeus's head, fully formed and fierce. But how easy it was to forget that greatness requires pain, and fear, and sometimes, betrayal. Emma, always the peacemaker, stepped forward. "Maybe we don't need to fight," she said, her voice steadier now. "Maybe we need to listen." Her vulnerability was a lighthouse in a stormy sea, guiding us through the chaos. But even as she spoke, I felt the undercurrents of doubt swirl around us, dark and heavy. The library, once a sanctuary, felt like a prison, the walls closing in on our insecurities. As if the universe conspired against us, the lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. My heart raced, the silence thickening around us like a suffocating fog. Panic surged, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I could hear Emma's breath quicken, feel the tension in Marcus's clenched fists. In that moment, I was transported back to my childhood, to a time when shadows held my fears captive, when the absence of light ignited my imagination, conjuring ghosts of what ifs and maybes. But this wasn't childhood, this was our reality, and the ghosts had come back to haunt us. I took a deep breath, forcing my heart to slow, trying to find a glimmer of courage. "We can't let fear dictate our choices," I said, each word a fragile thread weaving our fates together. Athena didn't shy away from conflict, she embraced it. "Embrace what?" Marcus snapped, his anger a raw wound. "The uncertainty? The chaos? It's easy to romanticize wisdom when you're not the one in the trenches." His voice broke, revealing the depth of his torment, a battle waged not only against the world but against himself. In that moment, I saw the truth behind his bravado. He was searching for something, validation, purpose, a way to make sense of the relentless storm inside him. I could feel the electricity crackle in the air, an unspoken understanding binding us. The desire to be seen, to be heard, it was universal, a thread wound through the fabric of humanity. The darkness felt alive, pulsating, waiting for us to make a move. What if wisdom isn't about having all the answers? Emma suggested, her voice a soft breath against the suffocating silence. What if it's about asking the right questions? The wisdom of Athena, I realized, was not merely in knowledge but in curiosity, in the quest itself, the acknowledgement of our own limitations. And then, just as abruptly as it had vanished, the light flickered back, illuminating the room in a soft glow. Time felt suspended, every heartbeat echoing in the aftermath of our revelations. I could see the determination in Emma's eyes, the flickering flame of hope igniting within Marcus. The shadows that had haunted us momentarily retreated, offering a reprieve, a chance to reclaim our agency. But as the light washed over us, I felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Wisdom would not come easily, it demanded sacrifice and humility, a willingness to face our own shortcomings. We had to confront the chaos outside, the relentless tide of the world that threatened to swallow us whole. I remembered the tales of Athena, the goddess who emerged not just as a warrior but as a strategist, a beacon of wisdom in tumultuous times. "We have to be our own champions," I whispered, almost to myself. With every pulse of my heart, I felt the resolve solidify within me. "Let's find our fight," Marcus breathed, a spark igniting in his gaze. "Let's create our own legacy." A promise, a pact forged in the fires of uncertainty. Together we stood, surrounded by the remnants of ancient wisdom, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The shadows still lingered, but now they were a part of us, our fears, our dreams, our relentless pursuit of understanding. In that moment, we were no longer just seekers, we were warriors of wisdom, standing at the precipice of something profound. And as the city outside continued its restless dance, we knew that the real battle was just beginning. The legacy of Athena would not be etched in stone, it would be written in the hearts of those unafraid to question, to fight, to illuminate the dark corners of our existence. We were ready to step into the fray, the echoes of our resolve reverberating through time, a heartbeat in the dark, a flicker of light in the abyss.